Good morning and welcome to Escape to Nature. You're here with me, Alex, in Okakuyo, and this lovely black rhino. What a way to start the morning, indeed. So, for me at least, this is definitely how I envisage most mornings should start, with black rhinos in frame. So, really fantastic. Lovely to have this one with us. It has been hanging around for quite some time, so really, really awesome. But for those of you that have tuned in, of course, this is a live and immersive experience. It is also your journey into the African wilderness with us. So, with that being said, if you do have any questions, comments, things you'd like us to further touch on, or if you have any points of interest that you'd like to raise, please do send those through. It's always fantastic to interact with you guys and enjoy these wonderful sightings with you. Really fantastic that this black rhinos come through. Lots of doves. I can hear a hornbill in the background as well. And for now, we're just going to take it easy with this black rhino. Lovely to appreciate them this early in the morning. So it's a little overcast, and that's perhaps what has drawn this one out to us. They really are so iconic. Love myself a little black rhino. And this one has very big horns, so it's awesome to see. Lovely body shape as well. So I did just touch on the fact that it is a little overcast, and while we sit here with this rhino, it's perhaps time for us to have a look and see what the weather's doing across the rest of the locations. So it does seem like we've got a black rhino cow here. She does seem to be quite pregnant. Big belly at the moment. And really awesome to see. So lovely to get this interaction right now. Really, really cool. As you can see, sometimes with the black rhinos, it's actually that back horn that actually grows far longer and extends further than the front horns. And it's not always the case, but it is something that does happen with black rhino, primarily with the black rhino up in East Africa actually. But this rhino here, impressive body size and of course impressive horns as well. It does look like she's going to move off, but I'll just zoom out. Of course, spend as much time as possible with her. It's not all the time that we get a kickstart a morning with black rhino. Marlon, most definitely a great start like this does mean we're in for a good day. And who could complain when we did start with a black rhino? So of course we've got some helmeted guinea fowl here as well in the frame. A number of doves too. Some zebras starting to make their way through as well. So I'm just going to watch to see where this rhino walks off to and what it gets up to. Hi, Nancy. And it's quite interesting with both the black and white rhino that there are, of course, instances where they can be aggressive. I suppose most often or not, it's when we've kind of encroached into their space. They are obviously very inquisitive, and in particular, these black rhino, when you are walking on foot, for example, they do kind of run off and then circle back at you. So it is always advisable to find or take cover to either climb trees or get behind termite mounds. If that is the case, and they do circle back, and you'll notice when they do circle back, they kind of come plodding in with their heads up, looking down. Their face is almost at you, sniffing the air, those ears going continually, almost like little periscopes on both sides of the head. And even with white rhino, they also do get quite inquisitive too. Sometimes the bulls can be rather touchy, as well as those cows with new calves as well. So it is rather interesting. But it's noted that, of course, in the wild, black rhino are deemed to be more aggressive and more inquisitive than the white rhino. And what's funny is that that kind of reverses when they are put into pens. So if they are being relocated or translocated or monitored, when they do get into the pens, it's actually the black rhino that kind of mellows out, for want of a better word, does calm down, and it's not as boisterous as when we see them out in the wild. And it is in fact then the white rhino that become rather touchy, and they are known for running into the structures of those pens and being rather aggressive as well. Lovely bird life as well here at the moment. Just keeping a track on where our rhino is off to. Lovely to see another hindgut fermenter in the zebra. Just walking in front of our rhino. Hi, Crystal. That's a very interesting question. Obviously wanting to know what behaviors a female rhino or rhino cow might exhibit when they are kind of looking to give birth. And of course, with rhinos, they do have a very long gestation period, and depending on the species, up to 16 to 18 months of gestation. Of course, there are 5 subspecies of rhino left or extinct in the world. But in particular, we'll touch on the white and the black rhino. And of course, the mothers are very attentive anyway. So when they are looking to give birth, of course, a nice quiet space, and being able to shield that newborn calf is obviously ideal. And they will obviously use their horns to ward off any predators that would be around and trying to interfere with that or get to a newborn calf as well. So they are very attentive mothers, and some of the best in terms of protection out there in the wild. But they are very, very alert. So looking after those calves obviously becomes paramount. So that is why kind of like a secluded birth would be best. Of course, if there's another rhino around, or some of the young and older calf that would be with it, because sometimes the calves do stay with the mother, that would also add to that ability to hopefully protect a young calf. But the mother would definitely try to separate and kind of shield off that calf until it is on its feet, allowing that calf to imprint on her, and then kind of get on with the next phases of life. There was a younger calf or an older calf with that, of course, being able to kind of introduce that young one into that sibling, and of course nurse and look after both would be her chief kind of objective, and that is particularly with white rhino. It's also noted that, of course, that that rhino itself will actually nurse those calves up to 2 years. So just interesting. But it's also interesting with regards to black and white rhino. They are, say, running off. The white rhino calves are generally in front of the cow, and with the black rhino calves, they're generally behind the black rhino calf, and they are running off into the bush. So an awesome start here with our rhino, and of course the zebra that are here, but it is also time for us to say good morning to Liam and see what's going on across in Kariega.
Well, a very good morning to you all, folks, and welcome to Kariega for this morning's Escape to Nature. My name is Liam, and I'm coming to you live with this lovely herd of eland. So nice to tune in with you all and take in this lovely morning air. We're spending a bit of time not far from Scotia Waterhole just for the morning. We'll see as the day progresses what happens, if there's anywhere else that might have some lovely animals to grace the screen. It's been a lovely, sunny, clear morning thus far, but there's a steady bit of high cloud slowly but surely creeping in overhead. It's quite fine. It might actually just help to keep a bit of that excess heat at bay. It is certainly it's got a lot of heat around this time of year down in the southern hemisphere here, and so a little bit of cloud cover, not too bad. I have no idea. I'm sure many of the animals here agree with me. Been listening to lots of lovely bird calls this morning on the edges of the plains coming through from the thickets. Little tinkerbird calling persistently in the back. We've had some Narina trogons, some Neisner turacos, southern boo-boos as usual. Really just lovely, lovely morning. We had a nice setting of zebras as the sun rose over the plains. All in all, just a lovely morning. Now, there's this little thicket, this little bush here, center of screen now. It's quite a popular spot for many creatures. And a lot of different creatures like to make use of it for scratching posts. So you can see this lovely little gathering over here around this thicket. It's quite nice. The wildebeest bull in the center was rubbing up against the tree now. It seems as though the zebra are now taking their turn. It's a very, very well utilized scratching post. And when it's not being used as a scratching post, it's being used as a lovely little shady patch to go and rest in. Often the Inyala will come in and rest inside there. I'm just going to zoom out a little bit. We have a friend who's about to visit the frame. Beautiful big male ostrich passing us by here. Bizarre, those little ear holes you can see on the side of a head. Most bizarre. Almost alien. But of course, if we didn't have these lovely ear lobes that we do, we would probably look not too dissimilar. Incredible how stable these ostriches move. Just tuning in on how it walks. It is actually really quite a wonder. I mean, for bipedal creatures, we've got a lot more to contend with in terms of gravity and centering our weight compared to our four-limbed counterparts, or at least those who walk on all fours. So it's most amazing to see how balance is achieved with bipedalism. And human beings are the only apes to do so, which is quite, it's unique, but it's not an entirely unique behavior. Hey, Caleb, it's lovely to see some Kariega ostriches, always. I wonder if they're any different from the other ostriches that exist in other parts of Southern Africa or Africa. But anyways, they are nonetheless very, very nice to be spending a bit of time here with ostriches, for sure. Interesting to I was commenting now, on how they walk on these two legs, and how so many creatures do, ourselves included. Birds, sure, what else? Spring hares, that's an interesting one. Kangaroos, although their bipedalism is functions in a very different way to ours. They hop around rather than take step by step. And an incredible how they are able to get to such amazing speeds in that fashion. Both spring hares and kangaroos. What else? Who else has any good examples of bipedal creatures in the world? Who can think of any ones that come to mind? I'd love to hear from you in terms of questions and comments about that. Bipedalism, such an amazing means of getting around. Not at all very common, that's for sure. It requires, like as I said, it requires a good degree of balance to achieve. But this fine ostrich seems to achieve that balance so well and do it so gracefully. And even a human being's walk has got some sort of sway in it. This chap seems to achieve it so nicely and so stably. I mean, it's you don't see too much sway when it moves. It's probably got a lot to do with the fact that it's got 2 toes instead of the usual bird-like 3 toes. It's quite a peculiar shape. You know, one central, very large toe, which is almost liken it to the underneath of your foot, and that has got one heck of a big sharp claw on the toe, on the front of that big toe, and then a slightly smaller outer toe. And so those 4 little not so little toes, sorry, enable the ostrich to not only walk around with 2 legs, but achieve good speed with 2 legs as well. So I'm just going to shift now back to our shady tree where these zebras have taken up position underneath, probably using it for a bit of scratching, I'd imagine. I've often seen zebras under this tree. Here you are, going in for a bit of a scratch. If you look carefully, you'll see there a bit of head, maybe a bit of head movement. Of course, having a counterpart to scratch and allow groom one another is always good, but I suppose for a zebra it's much harder to communicate exactly where to scratch, so I'd rather just go and find a nice tree to rub up against and get to the good spots. Oh yeah, I can just feel the goosebumps going down the spine. And on to the other side. Yeah, boy. You can see how nicely that bush has been kind of carved out by tremendous amount of use. This is clearly a very, very well utilized scratching spot, and with all that activity under there, it's created quite a nice hollow. I can't imagine the number of ticks that have accumulated in there. Very clever ticks they are. They know exactly where to find their hosts. Often very good at tracking the scent of carbon dioxide. A very clear trace of any living creature or animal. Of course, as we higher order creatures, mammals, birds, insects, as we breathe in oxygen, we obviously breathe out carbon dioxide, and that signature is detected by certain creatures like ticks. Yeah, Patsy, certainly is quite a lovely scene here this morning. We've had some magical scenes coming through with this lovely sunlight this morning. And yeah, what a pleasure it is for you to be to know that you're enjoying it on and wherever it is you're coming to us from, Pat. I'd love to know. I've heard from a couple of viewers in different parts of the world today. United States, Australia, or different parts of the United States, and down the Victoria province of Australia. So it's very clear. So very nice to have followed this zebra herd this whole morning. They really are showing us all sorts of different behavior. So whilst I continue following this herd I've been following all morning, let's go head on back to Okukoya and see what's going on over there.
And yes, we are back here in Okukoya with some of our own zebra. However, they are moving off. So we're just waiting to see. It looks like a couple of kudu coming down. And I'm sure we're going to have the usual suspects, that being the gemsbok and springbok, around as well at some point too. So we're just going to keep our eyes peeled. We'll wait for the kudu to get to the water's edge, and we'll get a better view of them as well.
It's the end of another year here at Wilder. And what a year it has been. Escape to Nature and The Wild Show were born along with our brand new app. We couldn't be happier to welcome back James, Steve, and Lauren in the new year, who once again will be part of the permanent team. We are grateful to every single one of you who has watched Wild Earth this year, and a very big thanks to our explorers. Without you, none of this would be possible. Happy holidays.
So it really is lovely to have these kudu with us at the moment. A lovely association of kudu cows that is here at the water's edge. Bit of wind as well. So nice just to relax with that. Lovely scene that is here. And of course, yesterday we had a rather interesting and I suppose to some degree disturbing sighting with our male lion that was around. He did obviously rest up under the shade just to the left of us. And when the elephant were even around, wasn't too interested in moving off. And of course, the veterinary team here in Okukuyo at Etasha was monitoring him, and they did take him away. Obviously, there are two schools of thoughts. They could have just been checking him out in routine, having a look to see what is going on, harvesting data off his collar. He's a collared male lion. But, of course, being here in Okukuyo, this is the main tourist camp. And, of course, there are lots of eyes that are on this waterhole. So, best to actually take the lion away and work on him where there isn't so much action. And obviously then, as he's resuscitated, can then do so at his time and at his own pace as well. And also just allowing the veterinary team to do the highly crucial and valuable work that they are obviously employed to do and mandated to obviously take on as well. So, it does always help to be able to work uninterrupted and not have any interference or any other background sound or noise coming through, maybe distracting those who are on the job. But obviously, the second school of thought is that anthrax, at least in sub-Saharan Africa, is known to be endemic. And there are certain times in the year when it does actually come up. And of course, lots of animals are actually susceptible to anthrax. So I suppose this maybe gives me a good opportunity to actually inform those of you who have tuned in and want to know a little bit more about anthrax. And anthrax is in fact actually a bacterium. And that name of the bacterium is actually Bacillus anthracis. And it is a disease that usually causes sudden death due to septicemia and shock in those susceptible animals. So it also does have quite a significant influence in the natural ebb and flow of the populations of wildlife and in natural ecosystems, in particular here in sub-Saharan Africa, as I mentioned just before. And that bacteria actually has two states or forms. So there's a vegetative state, and that is when the infective state thrives in an anaerobic environment. So an anaerobic environment would be the body of a host animal. So that could be a zebra or impala or a kudu, for example. And as soon as that then vegetative state of that bacteria is exposed to the atmosphere, it then becomes a spore, which is an inactive and it is an extremely hardy state of that bacteria. So it is also the majority of the reason why it's actually illegal to open carcasses, in particular in South Africa, but of course in other sub-Saharan countries and across, of course, countries around the world. So it's illegal to open carcasses in which anthrax is then suspected, because the spores can also live in the soil or in the old bones for years of those carcasses as well. So when the conditions are optimal for those bacteria, it can then cause that disease again, and it then perpetuates that cycle of anthrax. So just so all of you are aware, it does actually occur worldwide, but there are reduced rates of these occurrences due to the other successful control programs that have been put in place worldwide. So as I did mention to you earlier, it is considered to be endemic, and it does ebb and flow of the morbidity and the mortality in the forms of sporadic outbreaks. Here in these areas where it does occur, obviously where it's far more prevalent, so it's also quite interesting is obviously, as these outbreaks kind of reduce, when they do actually occur again, each outbreak does tend to kind of be larger. And those outbreaks are then obviously considered then to be the sources of those epidemics. because also a lot of those initial cases aren't actually recognized appropriately or in time. So it's rather tough, obviously, to know that, there might be a carrier body or a host of that. And of course, as those carcasses do get open, so of course, if the carcass is open, it could be, man-made, it could be by a scavenger, it could be by a decomposer, and that being a vulture. So it could be predators, scavengers, or decomposers that could even open that up. It could even be botflies or other flies that are biting animals that are host to the anthrax bacteria as well. And, that would then perpetuate those spores or, the transference of that bacteria across the different species or across the same species even. It does mean that, being on open wounds as well with flies in particular, they can then also distribute those spores as well as they fly and move around from area to area too. So that's also why it's obviously important for those carcasses to then remain closed, because the bacteria then obviously die after a few days at the higher temperatures, because, bodies bloat and there isn't then that blood flow either. But it is noted, as I said, that bacteria can obviously survive in bone marrow and even in the skin for weeks. So it also then obviously does lead to a correlation of spores that might actually only be produced upon the opening of those carcasses too. So it's crucially vital that if you do come across a weird carcass in the bush, you don't want to open that up because of the outbreak of anthrax that could occur then from that. So it is crucial then that obviously we don't do that. And of course, with those carcasses then breaking down, those spores obviously remain in that area, in that ground. And as I said, those spores can actually be dormant for a very, very long time. And they can actually be viable for up to around 200 years in nature. So just something just to think about really. You don't really want to play with any form of carcass or touch any form of horn or anything that you do not know the cause of the death of that animal. It is something we are taught obviously when we are trained. It's not to touch carcasses and the likes, purely because we may not know how that animal is killed, and in particular when you do not know the cause of death, it is advised to not touch or bring up any of those bones or soil around there, because that could lead to you even contracting anthrax, as well as it actually then starting to become an infectious site as well. Also because those spores lay rather quite high on the top of the soils as well. So it's within that first few centimeters or so of the soil, or it could even be sediment of water catchments in lower lying areas as well. But just another interesting thing is that, of course, anthrax, when it is in that infective state, that is when it actually multiplies. So, as I mentioned, the spread of those spores can sometimes take part with the opening of carcasses from scavengers, predators, as well as the decomposers also being part of that cycle. So they also obviously ingest those spores when they do eat it, and then of course then also deposit those away from the carcass in the form of their feces as well. So for the vulture, for example, gorging themselves, say, on a carcass and then visiting a watering space. So it could be here, for example, coming down to clean themselves, of course defecating perhaps in the water. They can then also contaminate a water source or even the soil around that water source as well. It's even noted that in some of those spores have actually been found in vultures' feces up to 2 weeks after ingesting infected meat. So it's quite an intense cycle. And of course, I did mention, of course, flies, mosquitoes, ticks are also known as vectors of those spores, also being able to spread the occurrence of anthrax, as well as they move from, say, one host species or one host animal to another. Of course being able to transfer those spores as well. So there's a number of different variables that do need to come into play and into consideration when we are looking at instances of anthrax in an area. And it is also noted, of course, that herbivores tend to be most susceptible to anthrax. And in fact, there are actually 3 different types of anthrax infections. So I mentioned that there are obviously 2 states of anthrax in terms of the spore, but in terms of the types of infections, that is actually acute and subacute, and chronic. So per acute, acute, and subacute to chronic. And those are the different types of anthrax infections out there. So as I said, herbivores tend to be the most susceptible, and animals such as zebra and impala usually then suffer from the acute form of anthrax. Omnivores and carnivores usually suffer from the subacute to chronic form, just so that there is a difference for you all to note. And with regards to the different states or the forms of the infections, the type of infections, per acute, it's actually a very clinical disease, and usually less, and occurs within less than 2 hours of actually being, imbibed or coming about within that host animal. So most often or not, animals are then found dead with no signs. So sometimes there's blood-stained fluid oozing from the nostrils or the mouth or any other orifice. And it's normally noted that those animals then have an increased breathing rate, and they might even suffer from water on the lungs or convulsions, paddling movements of their legs, and then terminally rigid extended forelegs. Then with the acute, and that would then occur within less than 3 days, and obviously the observations of signs then for the death are more likely within those 3 days, being able to pick that up. So at first you would notice kind of depression in terms of how the animal is. So standing with its head down or lagging behind from a herd, walking listlessly or lying down frequently. And obviously that respiration of that animal then also becomes very labored and rather hard. So there can also be lots of hemorrhages in the skin and the mucus and membranes. Of course, their appetite is also lost, rumination doesn't occur, and there might be other swellings in that throughout their mouth. So that could be their tongue, their throat, and obviously their nose. So with that state, death then usually occurs within 2 to 4 days, and then subacute and chronic, that type or stage of the disease, that might extend over 3 days, and then the animal recovers or perhaps dies. And a number of different breathing difficulties that might show, swallowing difficulties, they might die of asphyxiation, and other kinds of the acute signs that we have mentioned earlier. And then they might even recover. And this is the state that obviously we talked about with regards to carnivores and the omnivores. So it is noted that animals that then can contract anthrax, in particular carnivores, they might be able to recover, and in some instances even form a natural immunity to anthrax. But it hasn't been demonstrated with regards to the herbivores being able to pick up that immunity either. So just very interesting, just picking up on where we get to and how anthrax does occur. So of course we obviously have to be very, very aware of contaminations of the environment with spores, and obviously then opening carcasses, as I alluded to. And generally the best way and the best practice is obviously the burning of those carcasses, and that's the most accepted method of disposal. Because when you do bury carcasses, there's a chance of the scavenger being able to dig it up and, then further perpetuate that instance or occurrence of anthrax anyway. So ideally, the best way to manage anthrax anyway would be to burn a suspected carcass that would have that. So just very interesting, just going through anthrax anyway as a disease, and also just out of interest, it obviously doesn't die off. So even in a tanning process, it doesn't necessarily kill all the spores either. So for humans, we can actually pick up that infection even through things such as raw hide. It could be a shaving brush, it could be blankets or jackets that are made from infected hide as well, or even hair or wool. So just something to really keep an eye on. It's definitely not a disease anyone would really want to pick up. There obviously are a number of species that are more susceptible to anthrax and are noted to obviously having that with regards to the different endemics or epidemics really of the disease itself. But interesting to note that carnivores in fact can recover, and in fact even then develop an immunity. So anthrax then obviously does lead to a form of natural selection and natural population kind of management within a system. Of course then, the stronger genes coming through, and those stronger genes being more viable for a natural system to continue. So, interesting chat, obviously, with regards to anthrax and causes thereof and what signs we could look for in the wild, and of course, best practice around that, being burning of a carcass if possible. You do not want to bury them because of the instances of scavengers then pulling them out. But yes, we don't know whether that lion actually does have anthrax or if in fact it was just routine monitoring that was going on. Of course, if we do find out, we will let you know. But yes, it's a crucial point to note that obviously anthrax and other diseases that do occur do help with natural selection and management within a system. So population management of different species throughout a habitat, ecosystem, biome, or system. So of course, animals that do survive have the strongest genetics, and allowing those stronger genetics to continue is of course best practice for a natural system. So we always want the best genetics to be coming through because we want the strongest genetics to obviously then carry on any lines after that. And of course, the ecosystem to be at its best possible state, so that equilibrium state then that it needs to be operating in. So it is a form of natural selection then as well. Of course, as I said, we can only speculate as to what is the issue with that lion. Hopefully it isn't anthrax. Of course, anthrax is found here, and it is noted that it does occur more often towards the latter parts of the wet season, which we're coming into, but of course it can occur at any time of the year, and there are certain animals that are more likely to be host to it, being zebras, sometimes elephants, kudu as well. So it would depend really on who the host animal is and how many spores then get out for an outbreak then to occur, and obviously then the management of it. But yes, as I said, so it's possible for carnivores to recover and in fact develop an immunity against anthrax. It's not noted in the herbivores, but it is noted that some carnivores have actually experienced that, and that have that ability as well. Hi Warren, so I was just saying it isn't noted with regards to the herbivores, but it is noted with some species of carnivores. So, if a carnivore does recover from that infection, it is possible for them to then develop an immunity towards that. And, that could be anything from a lion, hyena, vulture, could even be a honey badger to some degree, maybe even mongoose, who knows? It would obviously depend on the system, the animal as well, and also, I suppose, the extent of the infection too. I just want to have a look here, because that might have been the first wildebeest calf we've just seen. Although it could also just be a springbuck that is sneaking through in the back there. But I think that is in fact the first wildebeest calf that we have picked up here in Okakuya. And it looks to be exactly that. Lovely tawny color. They really are very dimorphic to their parents when they are young. That young kind of tawny calf that is there. Obviously the ability and the advantages of being that color when they are that small is that they kind of can sit in those little creches that they do form, and they do then obviously get hid in the bush as well. So very cool to see. Lovely to see our first little calf as well. So awesome that is the first one of the season. We're still waiting to pick up on the impala lambs in the area as well, and that'll also coincide with the rains too. So that should hopefully happen within the next few weeks. A number of rather pregnant looking wildebeest here as well. So awesome to see. Lovely that they've come through. The wind picking up, bit of cloud cover, zebra moving off in the distance as well. Hi TJ, so of course as we alluded to, they do come out as that very tawny color, and obviously then as they mature they start to darken and get to that coloration of the wildebeest. And off the top of my head I think it's around 3 months. I just need to check up on that, but they then start to lose that tawny fawn color and then start to obviously mature and turn dark as well. So 1 or 2 impala just off here in the thicket too. The wildebeest moving off. I'm going to just zoom out. I want to just see who else is in the area. We had some lovely elephants around yesterday too. Some springbok now. And let's just have a look up to the top here. Yeah, rather overcast towards the north of us, so perhaps we'll have some precipitation later. Does mean that it's a little cool, and that is perhaps why we saw a black rhino earlier on as well. So nice to just note. I suppose while our springbok are with us right now, let's take an opportunity to sit with them in the dab check that are buzzing about as usual. Couple of those southern masked weavers as well. Acacia pied barbet calling too. Awesome to hear our sandgrass too. Very cool.
Here at Wild Earth, we take great pride in curating our best animal content for you. Would you like our very best animal stories, highlights, questions, and the inside scoop on all things Wild Earth before anyone else? Find it all, as well as info on our exciting plans going forward first, in the newsletter handmade just for you. Available to all Wild Earth explorers.
So currently just picking up the awesome audio of those sandgrass. Of course, watching a rather big association of kudu just in the distance, hopefully coming down to us. One or two springbok around, of course a gemsbok as well. So who will be next at the water remains to be seen. I do think it'll probably be kudu. We'll just have to wait for that. My pleasure, Heather. And obviously it is quite a morbid subject, but good for us just to touch on, and of course, just develop some understanding for anyone that might have wished for that information. But thanks, Heather, for your compliments. And of course now, again, still waiting on our kudu to come down. And obviously wait to see what else transpires for the rest of the day. So, looks like some of that cloud cover perhaps starting to burn off. We'll just have to wait and see. The wind is slowly picking up. And perhaps that means we might get some rain later on today. So the kudu kind of holding off before approaching us. A couple of zebra just off to the back there as well. Let's just have a look to see. Quite clearly pick up that audio of the wind blowing through. Just waiting on these kudu to get through to us. We'll get a closer look at them momentarily. Okay, and yes, it really is so peaceful at the moment. Of course, the wind kind of does, create that kind of softening and dulling down of the noises as well. So it acts as a barrier, but very cool, lovely scenes at the moment. Nice to have all these kudu with us. And also just the variety that we've seen already this morning. Very cool indeed. Again, you'll just pick up that audio of the sandgrass too. Just going to make sure, try to get all of the kudu in frame. So a number of cows and a number of younger bulls, of course younger cows as well. Looks like the zebra are also going to slowly start making their way down to us too. So a lovely scene here. Well, I'm not too sure what to spook the kudu, but I'm going to come out. Let's have a look to see. Hi, Paul. They are female antelope that do have horns. Springbok, eland that we saw yesterday as well. Gemsbok as well have. Of course, wildebeest too. Impala don't. Kudu don't. Bushbuck don't. Nyala don't. And obviously a number of others as well. But there are antelope that do have horns, such that I did mention. Hartebeest as well. Tsesebe too. Roan. Sable, waterbuck don't. So there are a number of them obviously that do and a number of them that don't. A lovely chorus of our sandgrouse at the moment. Awesome to hear them all. So lots of zebras starting to make their way down. Of course, you do see good numbers of them. And I'm sure that they will be here in good numbers throughout the course of the day as well. Quite clearly the wind picking up, but cool scene unfolding anyway with our kudu and zebra. So lovely to just have them with us. Peaceful scenes. And long may this last. So something unsettling the kudu at the moment. Of course, just watching our zebra now. Kudu probably going to move off. Nice to see that Egyptian goose here as well. And of course, the ever-present dab chicks too. Okay, so of course the presence of any predator would spook them, and whenever there is any form of human activity that is going on, so if that's maintenance or one of those kind of things are around, the animals do hang back on off of clear waterhole as well. So predators and of course human activity. So just spending time with our zebra at the moment. Of course, the wind picking up. I'll try to get a little closer in here. Perhaps have a look at any of the sandgrass that might be around. The zebra probably going to move off quite soon. But nice that they are with us anyway. So we're just watching our zebras move off. And we're just going to have to zoom back out again and see who else is coming down to have a drink. At Gemsbok getting ever closer. Looks like more kudu off in the distance there as well. They had good numbers of kudu throughout the course of the morning anyway, so nice to see them. With this wind, it might push some of the animals into the thickets. It's not necessarily the greatest of conditions, but we'll just have to wait and see. Of course, if they are thirsty, they will come down. So it looks like we're just going to have to hang back at the moment, enjoy any of the bird choruses that are around. and just wait as any of the animals do start to come down. So I'm going to zoom back out again, and we'll just get a better perspective as to who's in the area, and just take in the sights and sounds from that position. So just one of those moments where we just have to engage in a little bit of patience and just wait as the animals start to come down to us. Hi David, and that's an interesting observation. Something I just need to think about quickly is just think about obviously the different animals that do occur in arid areas. Of course, there are a number of different arid areas, I suppose globally, of course throughout Africa too. But we do have the arid adapted black-faced impala here, and the females don't have horns. Of course, the gemsbok, the springbok, wildebeest, giraffe to a degree, if you count ossicones as horns, also have. I'm just trying to think about some of like the Damara dik-dik and that. I think it's only the male that has. We did mention the eland and even the red hartebeest earlier. They both have two. Of course, with the oryx species, and that being with the different oryx species found, they obviously all have horns as well. The kudu in the area do not have. So I do think it comes down to the class or the subspecies then of that antelope, or the type of antelope that it would be. It's primarily that because, as we've alluded to, we do get antelope that don't have horns, or the females don't have horns, and of course we do get a number of them that do. So I do think it's kind of the class, the subspecies or family grouping of those animals then that just carry them, and obviously those that then don't. And some zebra coming down, and of course once they get here we'll have a closer look, because why not? Looks like a lovely little foal over here. Very awesome. Lovely to see the youngsters come through. Of course, we did say we saw our first wildebeest calf up here in Etosha. So that was really a highlight, at least for myself. Of course, the black rhino to start the morning as well. And the gemsbok also starting to make its way down. So really cool to see. Hi Lauren. So of course with the antelope and that they do have especially adapted feet. So it kind of is fused together. So it's kind of obviously just one thing. So the ankles don't really move as much as say ours would. But of course they do kind of use the path of less resistance. So there's obviously well-worn paths that do then lead down to the water. And they primarily will use that. So it doesn't mean to say that they wouldn't kind of run off if they were spooked across that. Perhaps there is a chance of an injury that might occur. But I think rather few and far between, just because this is a natural habitat for them, and animals are obviously adapted to live in these rugged terrains. So one gemsbok being replaced by another, so more wildebeest coming down to join the zebra. So always nice to have action throughout the course of our morning start. Cape Crow starting to pipe up as well for the start of the day. Of course, we will get them in a rather loud chorus as well at some point. But nice that the wildebeest have decided to join the zebra now. A shame that little zebra foal got a bit more of a fright than the others there. Shut off just to the right of us. I'm sure it's going to come back and join its mom. But of course went Everyone gets a spook. It's advisable to be the fastest when running away from anything anyway. Quite a happy little foal. Pretty giddy, bolting about like that, so nice to see that. Always cool watching when young animals and that are in a playful mood.
Would you like a stay in the African bush? Open to all explorers. Sign up and stand a chance to win a 3-night stay for 2 at the fantastic Mashatu Lodge in Botswana. This bucket list prize includes daily safari drives, traditional African cuisine, spacious luxury suites, and a promise of sheer relaxation. Sign up now and stand a chance to win.
Good morning, Yvette. And no, they don't. There are some antelope that have a rutting season, so mostly be impala and wildebeest that we do note. Of course, with different antelope, they do have different times that they do breed, and some antelope do breed throughout the course of the year, so springbuck being one of them. Gemsbok as well. Kudu too. So just for example, they don't necessarily have a set breeding time, so we would normally associate a rut with a set breeding kind of period, and wildebeest and impala do exhibit that then, and they do have a rut. But of course, when females or ewes of different subspecies or species of antelope do come into estrus The males that are around obviously would compete and kind of figure out a hierarchy or a dominance, and whoever then is the dominance then would win the mating right. So it's not necessarily a rut, but there is competition that then would go on between the males to figure out what the pecking order would be. So lovely kudu that have joined us. The wildebeest have moved off. Of course, there's that one springbok that was around, but we've had a bumper morning with regards to kudu. Long may that last. It's always awesome to have them around. Fantastic to see these beautiful animals. Hi Ollie, thank you for your question. And it is rather interesting, but of course there are a number of them that we would note that are of course of significance here and in sub-Saharan Africa. At least we did touch on anthrax earlier, tuberculosis, foot and mouth being another, rinderpest was one, as well as heart water. So those are the most significant really in terms of diseases that we could find. I mean, that is just with antelope as well. Of course, you know, there is rabies around. We don't associate rabies with herbivores, really. Not to say that it can't occur. The wind definitely picking up, shaking the camera slightly, but we still do have this awesome little association of kudu with us. Lovely cows, so nice to just sit with them, just enjoy a quiet moment. The kudu are slowly making their way away. I'm going to just zoom out, perhaps pick up on one or two of the springbok that might be present now. So a couple of gemsbok, of course, a number of springbok starting to join us too. So let's just try and get everyone in frame, and then we can indulge in a closer look. So the first of our gemsbok wading into the water, and the springbok just off to the top. So we'll try to get in a little closer for us, and hopefully then we can enjoy another peaceful bath with both of these two. Hi Jamie. So gemsbok is itself a subspecies of the oryx, found here in southern and southwestern Africa. And up into East Africa there are two other forms of oryx, the Bayasa and I forget the other one off the top of my head. And then we also get the scimitar horned and Arabic oryx as well. So there are 5, and I'll get that other name, because it's irritating me that it's on the tip of my tongue and I can't think of it right now. But I think it's actually the East African. Yeah, so it's the East African. Of course, there's also the addax that I haven't really touched on yet either. But that isn't really a true oryx. And out of those oryx, the biggest is in fact the gemsbok as well. So up in East Africa, the 2 species there of oryx. So the Biasa is as what I said, and then obviously the fringe-eared oryx is the other. So yeah, so those were the subspecies of gemsbok or oryx. And in fact, the addax is actually its own species and genus, the addax genus. It's also known as the white antelope, screw-horned antelope, and it is native to the Sahara Desert. So also highly highly arid or desert adapted as well, being able to survive up in the Sahara too. And of course the addax are critically endangered as well. So just looking to see where those wildebeest have moved off to the front. Our Gemsbok obviously have moved on. A couple of springbok coming down to join us. And lovely white noise of the wind blowing around as well. So it looks like the springbok might come join us. So it looks like we'll just have to wait and see who is coming to join us next. So we still have other animals in the distance. Just keeping eyes peeled as well for anything else that might be around coming to join us too. So we did just get a few of those sandgrass moving off. We're waiting to see when the springbok will come to join us. Looks like one lone kudu cow as well making her way down here. So just going to have to wait and see. The wind is rather blustery at the moment. And that might mean that animal activity down here might be subdued just because the animals might take refuge in the thickets. Kind of waiting for the wind to die down, but that remains to be seen. We'll just have to see how it all plays out. Hi Crystal, thanks for your question. And Gemsbok don't really have spirals per se because they actually have those long kind of rapier-styled horns, but they do have ribs on those horns, and I've actually never counted the ribs that are on it, like almost like circular little ribs on that straight horn. And to be completely honest, I've never counted how many ribs on a Gemsbok horn. But in terms of spirals, the spiral-horned antelope are the kudu, of course, eland, nyala, and bushbuck, as well as Setutunga, even bongo to some degree. So those are the animals where we look at spirals, not necessarily the Gemsbok. They have those straight rapier-shaped horns or styled horns with ribs on them. So it does look like this kudu is going to come down to us. Actually, two more sauntering down and a little bit behind this one. And once they are at the water, we'll get closer and we'll have a better look. Hi Tyler, and Tyler wants to know what the average birth rate of kudu are. And I kind of need to dissect that question of yours, because kudu generally have one calf, but it is also known that they can have twins too. So I'm assuming you want to know either the gestation period or the period of, I suppose, birthing rate between or of the kudu then, or how often a kudu might give birth. So roughly with kudu, it's around 240 days. And they usually are seasonal breeders. So it takes around 7 to 9 months and normally 1 to 2 calves. So it's not uncommon to see kudu twins, calf twins. But obviously it is definitely not something that we expect all the time. So they, as I said, are seasonal. So once a year. And they could give birth at any time in the year. There isn't a set period either. There's a young bull that's coming down, just starting to get its horns. And a cow. It roughly takes around 7 years or so for those bulls then to reach peak maturity with regards to their horn sizes. So of course with kudu, they do have a varied lifespan, and it's noted that cows probably live longer than the bulls, and on average in the wild it's probably from around 8 years, but they can live up to around 23 years too. So it does depend on the area, amount of predators as well. Hi, Chad. So kudus are known to be predominantly browsers. They do take fruits as well and flowers when they are around. So they don't generally graze or at all. However, we have seen them taking kind of the young green shoots around the waterhole in Djuma. So it's not to say that they don't graze. It's just that they are predominantly browsers and they'll focus then on, say, fallen fruits or even flowers before taking up any kind of grazing. But it doesn't mean to say that it doesn't happen. And, not everything in the bush is set in stone, or in the wild at least. So we have seen them taking on and actually grazing on the young green shoots around waterholes, in particular in Djuma. Hi, Nancy. So the most successful of the antelope throughout Africa is the impala. And they then occur in the highest numbers. But at least here in the area, the springbok occur in the greater numbers. So it will also depend on certain areas as well. Of course, up in the migration and that, wildebeest occur in great numbers too. And in Zambia where they migrate as well. And as well as the different gazelle as well up in East Africa. So Thompson's gazelle being probably the most prolific of them. But throughout Africa and in sub-Saharan, or Africa at least, it is the impala that is the most common and the most successful of the antelope. So they would be the ones that occur in the greatest herds or numbers across the continent. But there's also a very big migration of antelope called the kob, and that happens in South Sudan. So they are also obviously very prevalent in those areas. And right now, and throughout the course of today at least, we've seen good numbers of kudu too. Certain areas in Yala are very prolific, so in areas such as Pafuri or even in Zululand. Actually, in Yala will outnumber impala, for example. So it does kind of become area specific. We have good numbers obviously of oryx around here, of course in areas in East Africa as well. So it does kind of become geographic to some degree as well.
Hello, my name is Melanie and I'm sitting in freezing cold Hobart, Tasmania, which is a small island off the coast of Australia. I became an explorer for Wild Earth quite a number of years ago when they first advertised the positions. I'm so excited about winning the Rockfig prize, which will be in Medicway, and I cannot wait to have that adventure. And I thank the organisers so much for this opportunity.
So just awaiting the approach of others. Got some springboks. We're going to just spend some time with them. Of course, rather overcast too, so clouds do look rather high. But throughout the course of the day, I'm sure they'll build, and perhaps we'll see some precipitation later on. But nice to spend some time with the springbok. We've obviously spent quite a bit of time with the other antelope that have been around, and good to have them with us. Lovely Gemspot coming to join our springbok right now too. Hi John, so I think it's important for me just to differentiate that as well, because Okakuyo here is the camp and the name of the area and waterhole that is here. So in fact we are in Etosha National Park in Namibia, and there are a number of different waterholes and pans that are found then without or throughout Etosha itself. So Okaukuejo is just one of them. Umbiko, which is probably the next closest one, and Etosha itself is an ancient old lake and salt pan that is now developed obviously with that. So what we see here with regards to these big white stones, that concrete deposit that is left from that ancient old lake or sea, really, inland sea or lake, these are the deposits, those concrete deposits then that remain from that. And you can see Etosha from space, the pan itself, the salt pan. So hopefully that gives a little bit of insight into this. So within Etosha National Park, there are a number of little water holes, such as Okaukuejo, as well as the salt pan that then does fill up in the rainy season, and good numbers of flamingos do come through too. So it's a good place to see them. Of course, very saline then as well because of those ancient deposits, concrete and such. Really is awesome having the Gemsbok through at the moment. Nice to also have the Springbok too, but good just to have both of them here. Nice to spend some time. So just pick up the audio of those blacksmith lapwings, and it looks like the Gemsbok are out, as well as the Springbok going to come out again. And we'll just wait to see who is the next visitor here at Okaukuejo Waterhole. No one hanging in the shade just yet. Of course, it is overcast, like I said, so perhaps not too viable at the moment. So it seems that the Gemsbok and Springbok have vacated the scene. And in terms of vacating the scene, it is time for us to head across to Andrew down in Amakhala and say good morning to him and BK.
Morning everybody, welcome to Amakhala here in the Eastern Cape, and we are on top of the ridge, sort of dairy road, just overlooking the basin area. and just taking in the beautiful landscape and showing it all to you. Looking beautiful, isn't it? Hello, my name's Andrew. I am going to take you on safari this morning, and BK is behind the camera. Hope you're all doing very well today, and a very nice place just to enjoy just the surroundings of the bush and the birds, and see what we can actually spot from up top here. We are going to aim to see if we can't find some lions, and I think this is a good place just to pull out the binoculars and just scan a bit and see if there's nothing happening in there. This is sort of the area where we had the elephants this morning, just behind us. They could have walked down the slope or even this road. I believe they were heading towards an area called Rooiwallah, so we will keep our eyes open for that as well. And we're also planning on hopefully making a turn to the secretary bird nest and see what's going on that side. Beautiful, just beautiful, yeah. Nice clouds, nice clean air. No haze today. We have had some haze over the last week. We had some haze where you could actually see that when you looked out in the distance, it almost like a little bit smoky in the air. Can hear a greater honey guide not too far from us, busy calling. Chip chir, chip chir. They do like this area down here. Morning, Debbie. Then it shall be done. We will definitely make a turn up there. Yeah, for us to get up there, we're going to have to go through one of the valleys. So we'll probably lose a little bit of signal for a brief moment in time. But then as soon as we get up to Vredeland, that all regains itself. And we'll make a turn there, do a bit of roll call, see what they're doing. Maybe the adults will come back, or one of the adults at least will come back. Give a little bit of food and water, and we can watch that. And see how big they are now. It's got a bok makiri that's also calling around us here. It would be lovely to get a bok makiri on camera for you, but they are very tricky. I know Lauren and Darby managed to do it when they came out here to Amakhala. We'll definitely try and give it a go there. Very nice and green, if you have a look at that open patch down there. Now where you see all the trees growing in that thicket, I'm presuming that the elephants could be somewhere in that thicket feeding. That even from up here, it's so thick in those thickets that even from up here, sometimes you do battle to see them there. They can really blend in and melt in very, very easily. So I'm sure you're wondering how the lion cubs are doing. Lion cubs are doing pretty well. Crystal, you'd like to see cheetah again. Yeah, maybe this afternoon we can give it a bash. It's pretty warm now, so I'm pretty sure they're going to be laying what we call flat cat at the moment. That makes it very difficult to spot them. So we'll see what the afternoon holds. If not this afternoon, we'll try tomorrow morning. Yeah, no, yesterday's viewing of them was one of a kind, truly one of a kind sighting. And we enjoyed it very, very much. Just stunning up here, isn't it? Very quiet. As far as I'm aware, we're the only reserve that is mobile at the moment, or active on the reserve. Yeah, there's some farm or reserve staff rather, that will be driving around, but in terms of game viewing vehicles, I think we're the only ones out at this point. Not sure if there are day safaris happening today. Haven't heard anything. And it's always nice when the day safaris are active, because we help them and they help us, and together we find some nice animals to view. Oh, Liesel, sure. It actually all started off with Ralph. Ralph was at the secretary bird nest from when the secretary birds were still incubating the eggs, and then I came along and took over from that. So all, in weeks, I would say probably, because I did go on a holiday and then came back and resumed the viewing of them, I would say in total probably about 6 weeks or so that I've been following them. I've never done that ever before in my career, so it's a whole new thing for me. And to wake up in the morning and go out there, it does bring a lot of joy to me, because it's something I've never really done. And I'm sure someone else in the world has watched secretary birds grow up, but it's really not well documented. So we hope to gather information that can be useful in the future. Now, there is a gentleman on Amakhala, Wesley. He's doing a lot of studies with the secretary birds, and not just the ones on Amakhala. He's doing secretary birds in general. And so from time to time, I give him some feedback and some information and some photos, and hopefully that can be submitted via him to the Birding Society. And then they can compile a bit more information about them, because the better we know secretary birds, the better we can conserve them as well. It's quite difficult to conserve an animal and protect an animal if you don't know anything about them. So information is key. Okay, so that little red area, sort of a drop-off red area that you're seeing there, that's the Rooiwallah area. And we're just going to keep our eyes peeled on there, just in case the ellies do start moving around there. There's quite a few birds that are calling right now. I don't know if you can hear them. There's a Karoo Prinia that keeps on calling around here. When I look around for it, you don't find it. They're just so small that they do manage to hide away very easily. And bar-throated Apellis as well. And as you go more into, I would say, the valleys and the thickets, there's more vocals of a bird called a green-backed Camaroptera. The old name was a bleating warbler. They sound very similar to a bar-throated Apellis, but once you get to know the difference between the calls, then it's a very different call. There we go. Look at that. Very, very green down there. So it's really good. Good for the reserve and all the animals. Now, all that's left is for that Bushman's River to fill up with water again. So when Morgan was out here last, we drove to one of the areas where the river is dry, that you can actually drive close to the river, and we stopped and had a look if there were anything that we could see there. And what we did notice was the hippo game paths, because the hippos, they were down in that section of the river, and they do make game paths in the water, believe it or not, and you don't often see that. Then the river dried up and we could clearly see the game paths for the hippopotamus. And that was very interesting to watch and to look at. Yeah, so I was mentioning earlier, I'm sure you're wondering how the lion cubs are doing. They're doing quite fine. We've only seen them twice, and we've only managed to broadcast them twice. But they're doing very, very well at the moment. Just they are being hidden with one of the adults in one of the river lines, in the drainage line / river line. They've been there for some time now. But they are growing. They're still doing well. They are still all alive. There's 4 of them. But what I have noticed with the lion cubs is when we least expect it, a sighting pops up, and we always are interested in getting that way. So what has BK spotted over there? Okay, some red hartebeest antelopes and some blesbok as well. We spoke about the hippo game trails. There we go. You'll see that there's some game trails there in the grass there. So that's a game trail created by animals. And it becomes a path of least resistance. So animals are going to use those paths just to make it easier for themselves to walk through the bush and also get to areas that they need to be in, whether it be water or food. And predators are very smart in the sense that they may lay within the area of those game paths, just in case, a warthog comes walking through on a game path or a red hartebeest, then an opportunity just might arise. And they're just enjoying the sun, making nice and warm. It's not very warm today at all, but it's better than being 40 degrees Celsius, which sort of really does become blistering with the heat. Quite widely spread out as well. Morning, Carol. I would say yes and no. So it's a bit of a two-sided coin on that. So theoretically, yes, they are going to be vulnerable up there because they can be spotted from far distances. So if the lions had to go on top of the hill, or those cheetahs you saw yesterday had to go on top of the hill, they would see them, obviously. But the plains animals, like the red hartebeest and blesbok that you're seeing, they rely on their speed. So they're built in every way to run very, very quickly. So they are in vulnerable areas, but they can run fast in those vulnerable areas. And then also, if predators do try and make a move, then there's a good chance that they might see those predators before they actually get too close and approach. And they could act accordingly, which is usually run away. Yeah, these plains animals, plains game, they don't do very well in the thick environments. It's very difficult for them to pick up speed and run very fast in those thick environments. And because it's so vastly open here, you'll find that a lot of the plains animals will be much greater in numbers than those animals that are living in denser, thicker environments because there's space to accommodate that. Looks like a kudu. Is that a kudu? In the middle there. Let me just grab my binoculars, one sec. There's a kudu there, nice one. So kudu has now just popped out there. Nice big kudu that, eh? You'll notice that kudu is all alone at the moment, which is quite normal for kudu. They're either by themselves or they're in small little groups, not big groups. And this goes for males and females. Alright, so we're going to make our way down Dairy Road and head into the center of the basin. We're going to send you to Alex in Ukukuyu in the meanwhile.
Thanks, Andrew. And yes, we are back here in Okukuya, and unfortunately not too much going on. The wind obviously is picked up, a little bit overcast. So we're just going to have to sit here and be patient, pick up on any of the bird audio that is around. A number of zebras slowly starting to come down, so at least they are giving and showing us a little faith. We'll just have to wait for that though. So while we do, we'll just sit here and enjoy these sights and sounds. There's one lone springbok here at the moment, and our little harem of zebras slowly winding their way down to us. Hi, Hannah. And generally we do see them in large numbers, so they do kind of disperse and come down really at their own time. And as you can see, there's a number of springbok that are now here. So generally we do see them in herds, although I wouldn't be surprised that or to see the odd springbok by itself kind of maybe dispersing, perhaps a ram. But generally in bigger numbers, as we've seen now, there is a bit of an ebb and flow. So we do see them kind of approaching sometimes singly. Then the numbers do pick up. But the zebras are getting here, which is fantastic. So really awesome. Lovely scenes with the wildebeest as well moving off in the background. It's always interesting how the dynamics change day to day here. A lovely fall coming through as well, but just how the dynamics change day to day. Of course, with the amount of wind and being quite overcast, we've got different dynamics playing out today. So really quite cool. 3 species now in frame. The gemsbok joining the fray. I think we might have some impala approaching just off the top of us. Alandi, yes, they will. And there's a kind of mutualism that then does go on between the different animals. So they most definitely pick up on the different alarm calls. And obviously that symbiosis that then does go on about hanging around each other, different species as well. So there is definitely a pickup of the alarm calls, and the animals then are all aware of that. That is transferable in areas where we have monkeys. They, of course, also alarm call. And that's even, say, into India as well with regards to tigers and that. Birds alarming as well. Also alert everyone else of anything else that is in the area too. So really quite precious scenes here for now. Lovely springbok, zebra, and one impala ram currently with the gemsbok too. So awesome to see. I'm going to just zoom out again. Got a lovely kudu bull as well. Just want to try and position us correctly here. Sorry, camera is bouncing around a little bit more than I expected. Lovely big kudu bull, and of course lovely impala rams as well. So let's just have a look at our impala ram. I think our kudu bull, our impala rams, I think will hang around, so we'll hopefully get a look at them just now. Looks like the kudu bull perhaps going to walk off. Let's just have a look. Very nice bull indeed, and the two little grebes there too. I'm not too sure if they're really enjoying this wind that is pumping through at the moment. I suppose they really can't do too much. So do just excuse the camera shake. It is because of the amount of wind that is coming through at the moment. Unfortunately, there's nothing we can really do about it. I'm going to come out a little bit. Hopefully that does stabilize to some degree. And we'll actually get a closer look at our impala for the moment. Hi Amanda. So we did touch on kind of contamination of water sources and that briefly earlier. So if anything, the contamination would probably come from feces or from a host carrier of anthrax. Perhaps in this area, it could also just be anything that might be within any of the feces or deposits of anything else, but more than likely it would be anthrax that would be what could contaminate the water source here. So it's really awesome that we've had so many different species and that with us throughout the course of the day. We'll actually get a little closer look at this kudu. But while we zoom in, please be reminded that obviously if you have tuned in, this is a live and immersive experience. So do send through your questions or your comments or things you'd like us to expand on or anything you want to know. As I did touch on earlier, it's fantastic when we do get to interact with you guys when you have tuned in. So let us know what's on your thoughts, what you might like answered, or perhaps if you want to see anything in particular. Not that we can promise that, but we can try to endeavor to find something as well. So do let us know what's going on, and we will get back to you in the best possible way as possible. Looks like our kudu is going to slowly start moving off. And let's just zoom back out. Join in with our zebra at the moment. A little harem of them. And some springbuck. Hi Sarah, so we have a number of birds that are common here. The blacksmith lapwings, there's Egyptian geese, or one goose that is around at the moment. A couple of weeks back we were seeing the black-headed heron, got the little grebes that are in the water too. There's European bee-eaters that we hear throughout the course of the day, the Cape crows, the pied crows. The southern masked weaver, there's acacia pied barbet in the area too. Mourning doves. So really there's a number of them that do go off. Some starlings, hornbills. So we do actually have a number of pretty common birds around the waterhole here. Hi, Arnold. And that's an interesting question. And in fact, if you are bitten by a snake, it's because you are then envenomated. And venom is actually just a type of protein, a very concentrated type of protein. And of course, there are different types of venom out there: neurotoxic, cytotoxic, hemotoxic. However, you can ingest that venom. You'll actually be able to digest the protein as well, because of, as I said, it is a highly concentrated protein, venom itself. So you can actually ingest it. And if you don't have any kind of lacerations or open wounds or anything like that within, I suppose, your digestive tract, you won't have any issues with regards to digesting that. And the difference then comes as if there was a poisoned carcass. So not from a snake bite, but if that carcass was then poisoned by something, that is when a predator would then be affected by poison, not venom. Two very different things and different makeups as well. So venom you can consume and your body will break it down because it is a protein, and poison would be detrimental. So an animal that had been killed by a snake would not cause any issues to any animals that would then maybe scavenge that prey off the snake, because we can digest the venom as a protein. But that carcass was poisoned by whatever poison would be used. That is when it would cause catastrophic issues to an animal and probably lead to death. So much the same reason why snakes can also eat their prey is also because that venom then is just digested, and they obviously need to consume prey to be able to produce venom. So we've got a nice little herd of oryx coming down to join us, and we'll just have to wait and see when they do get to the water's edge. Some more zebra. I'm going to just zoom out and we can get in closer once everyone is here. Zebra getting chased about by the gemsbok there, quite funny to watch. Of course, the gemsbok coming down now nicely, and a little harem of zebra joining them. So just enjoying a very cool scene. Some wading kemsbok, 3 zebra, 1 springbok at the moment. So just going to sit here and enjoy what is going on. So with these pleasant scenes unfolding here, we're just going to sit here for a moment and see what does unfold. However, it's off to Andrew and BK in Amakhala to see what they've found.
Nice one, Alex. I hope some great things unfold there at Ukukuyo. And yeah, on our side, something else has unfolded. On our side, sorry, excuse me. We have a few young jackals over here. Now we are on our way to the secretary bird nest, and we came across these young jackals. There are 4 in total here, and we said no, we're going to definitely try and do something here. It's not the same jackal pups that you would have watched grown up. They are in the Liebenbush area. This is a total different group of youngsters, and the den site will probably be around here somewhere, but it does look like they are still bound by a den site at this sort of age. Look at this, how cool is this? And they are full as well. Nice purple flowers in the back. I'm not sure what those are. Yeah, no, they are up and down, up and down. Big, should I go forward a little bit? Okay, there we are. We're good there. Look at this. Very sweet. Oh, that one's eating something. I'm not sure what. Oh, that one wants a piece of it. Big, should I go forward a bit? Okay. We're going to edge just slightly, ever so slightly forward. We don't want them to move away. We don't know how used to vehicles they are. So we're just going to start up. That'll work. There we go. I must say it was awesome to have spent so much time with those jackal pups in the den site that we were watching over a period of weeks and weeks. And those ones at Liebenbush then went sort of roaming with the adults, and since then we haven't really seen them. We have heard them though. They're still in that dune thicket, but they're not hanging around the den site anymore. So yeah, we thought we'd just leave them be. But it's good to know that there's a potential den site around here now. And we can watch them grow up until they become independent, which will be shortly. I don't know what they've got there, but it seems like it's got their attention. TJ, very much so a pleasure to see these jackals, and it's a pleasure to have you aboard with us. They are really, really wonderful animals. And jackals are true survivors. And you'll find that most game reserves within at least southern Africa, you know, black-backed jackals are fairly common. But they're very shy animals for the most part, and they prefer just to keep distance and keep away. Most definitely at this time of the year, there is plenty of food for them. So a lot of the rodents and things like that, they would be breeding at this time of the year. And so this area, being the bottom part of Fredderland, is full of rodents of sorts. We've seen this with the secretary birds because we're not too far from the secretary bird nest. But what's interesting is that the adults usually give birth just before the lambing season of impala. And as soon as the jackal pups get to a certain age, they're going to demand meat and lots of it. And this is where the impalas are now giving birth. So it fills a niche in nature that there's a constant supply of food, whether it be rodents or lambs, antelope, lambs, etc. But they'll eat insects, and they'll also eat berries and fruits if it's available. And see what they're doing, rolling around in that dung over there. Shame, just like a puppy. So I think there's some insects in those dungs, maybe termites. Then also by rolling in the animal dung, it does hide their own smell. So they're going to learn to do this from a young age. Find various ways of masking their own original smell. Rather smell like maybe elephant dung than a jackal. Look at that, very sweet. Okay, let's see where they're gonna go now. Renee, I would have to say yes, and hello to you. I would have to say yes. So we do find a lot of predators are doing that. Leopard, cheetah, lions, they will do it. Jackals, caracal. I'm not sure if serval do it. I haven't seen serval enough to have observed that. And in the time of the San, the Bushman times, before hunts, they would also cover their bodies in, herby smelling plants to mask their own scent. So, of course, the San people, they would have most definitely have picked that up from the animals and learned that from the animals, figuring out that it does mask their smell. And when they go off hunting, it gives them a better chance of not being detected by prey. Wild dogs do it a lot. They do it a lot. Just a very beautiful environment to view these jackals. Look at these beautiful pinky purpley flowers with the greenery. This is just stunning. I can hear some crows that are squawking near me here. It sounds like it's a Cape crow. You may see a few birds flying close to these jackals. It's a pearl-breasted swallow. Oh, what have you got there? definitely on the trail of something. I think there's some flay rats that may occur in the grassland over here. Myself and BK actually saw a flay rat not far from this area. Okay. Shame just the angle is a bit tricky for BK to gyro here. But we make it work, don't we? What I read, Kariega Game Reserve actually wrote a beautiful write-up about jackal, because I think they have been observing quite a few den sites on their land as well. And they wrote a beautiful jackal write-up. And they have recorded jackals going independent from the adults as early as 6 months old. I know that it sounds like, how is that possible? But, you know, on a normal day, jackal pups go independent from the adults within the first, 10 months to a year. But depending on certain situations, they can go independent earlier. It's going to be tougher for them to survive, but they have been known to. So by a year, they should be independent, if not just a bit before. And then by their second year, jackals will then breed. So in every way, they are built to breed and replace numbers, because there is a high fatality rate with jackals. Birds of prey will take jackals. I believe leopard have been known to eat jackal as well. Yeah, let's do that. I'm just going to edge a little bit forward. Okay, I think these jackals have scuttled off. We don't have a visual of them at the moment. I think we're going to slowly make our way towards the secretary bird nest. We're not too far. We're at the bottom section. Secretary birds are sort of in that direction where I'm pointing up, right on the top hill there. Not far at all. Probably about, I would say about a 7-minute drive. Just loving these purple flowers that I'm seeing here. It looks like, oh, it's the royal carpets that are growing here. Should we stop and have a look at one, Beeks? Yeah, let's do it. Alright, let's have a look at these royal carpet. One of the flowers called a royal carpet. Look at that, eh? Wow, very pretty plant. Very interesting. So, the royal carpet did start growing in the beginning of summer. And before you know it, as quick as it grows is as quick as it sort of disappears again. But I think with the rains that we've been having, I think they've pushed through again. And I would say this is probably the most common of the wildflowers that we find here in Amakhala. And if you go on top of the ridge and you have a look down into the basin, sometimes it's just so purple down there from all the royal carpet. There's going to be a multitude of insects that are associated with this as well. So you might see bees and beetles and things like that for pollination, trying to get to the nectar. And definitely a very well distributed plant. Now, this is also a great area to view baboon, and it's one of those animals also that we battle to broadcast because they're very nervous out here. Good stuff. The royal carpet. What a lovely plant it is. All right, we're going to send you back to Ukukuyo in Namibia with Alex. See what he's busy with.
Thanks, Andrew. And pretty much just inundated with springbok at the moment. A couple of kudu off in the distance. I think slowly making their way down. I'm going to zoom out again. And just wait to see how this all starts to unfold. It does look like clouds are slowly burning a little bit off, but it is rather muggy out here. And it doesn't seem like anyone else is really approaching, so we're going to just spend some time with our wallowing and wading springbok for the moment.
Here at Wild Earth, we know it's not always possible to watch your favorite show live. If catching up on safaris is critical to you, then download the Wild Earth app and watch the catch-ups here first. Catch-ups are available on our app before YouTube, and in addition, there are cut-downs of each show for those who only have time to watch the best bits.
That was incredibly cute.
Download the brand new Wild Earth app today and don't miss out.
So, still just enjoying the sound of the wind and our present springbok at the moment. Some wading, some just drinking. Otherwise, quite a peaceful scene of springbok just milling in and about. So as we sit here and enjoy the springbok, there's a couple of zebra just off to the top of us, and I'm sure when they get down we'll also have a look at them. But for those of you that obviously have tuned in, please do remember that this is a live and interactive experience, and of course we'd love to hear from you. So if you have anything you wish to know, you'd like to find out, you'd like to bring up, you might have noticed, or anything of the sort, do let us know. It is fantastic when we do get to hear from you. Nice to know what you guys are thinking as well. Hi, Picasso. So in fact, it is not sand, it is actually the concrete stones. And they are the leftover remnants of the ancient lake that was here in Etosha. That concrete obviously being the old calcium deposits left behind by that ancient lake. So that is why it's kind of stony and that, but it also does break down. And you'll notice that the elephants are particularly white here in the area when they do come through. And that's because they do spray themselves, obviously, with the dust of that concrete when they're wet, and then that does mean that they go white. So nice to have some kudu around as well, and lots of zebra starting to make their way down as well. So it looks like we're about to be swarmed by the zebra, and really large numbers of them. It's like a big conveyor belt of zebra that is about to approach us. So I'm sure we will be bedazzled by them. And depending on how fast or how quick they do get you, perhaps it'll be time for a little zebra count. We'll have to wait and see though. Let's just see how it all pans out. I'm going to try and position us for us to be able to take in all these zebra that are slowly starting to make their way down. A number of gemsbok with them. Kudu slowly starting to move off. And the springbuck as well, kind of flitting in and out. But the wind is really starting to pick up. I do just want to have a look at the water surface as well right now. And you can even gauge just how blustery that wind is and the pace at which it's coming through. So, it's interesting. It's going to definitely make our lives interesting now when the zebra get down and we try to attempt counting them and not being hypnotized by them. But as you can see, really large numbers. So, just see once we can get enough of them around, kind of separate the groups. Hi Lillian, yes, you are so right. And I actually just did a basic count, and I can assure you this is going to be a tough one. So for those of you who want to partake, do let us know how many zebra you can see in the frame. And I can promise you, a rough estimate is probably going to be the best attempt, because there really just are so many, and it seems like it's just never ending. But this is definitely the most we would have counted, at least with myself. So I challenge any of you who have tuned in, let us know how many zebra you think about as a ballpark, because yeah, it will be rather tough, and getting them all milling about like this, it really is quite a task. But I can assure you there really are a great number of them. Of course, as one of them kind of spooks, the rest kind of get up and about. So this will make your job a little tougher. But I'm happy to accept estimates. And those of you that do have a good estimate as to where we're at, and there's even more now. So it is, yeah, it's good. This is going to be an interesting one. I will definitely put my hand up to that. Just kind of, I mean, it's literally non-stop. So, yeah, I think we will definitely have to take an estimated figure I mean, you can see they've really just taken over the entire Okakuya waterhole here. But let's see who is in the ballpark with the amount of zebra here. I can guarantee you that this is the most that I have seen in one go. They literally have taken up the entire width of what we are looking at. Really quite fascinating. Actually, in fact, I'll have to get out even a little further just so we can actually get a true scope and idea as to how many zebra here. Actually, also just look at how deep they've actually pushed into the water too. Fascinating, really awesome to see. That is a lot of water that would have been consumed here by all those zebra. If you consider some of them could take up to around 23 liters in a day. Fortunately, this waterhole is obviously pumped. It's man-made or man-maintained is probably the best way to put that. But wow, lots of zebra. And for those of you really wanting to have a good gauge, there are over around 130. That's where I kind of stopped. So over 130 odd zebra that were with us. Really quite fascinating. Just to see so many of them, and I think that would have been impossible for us to get a total figure there, just because trying to fit them all on one screen and having them all moving in and out does get rather confusing. But over 130 odd zebra that have just been here at the water. Just enjoying the remaining of the zebra that are left. There's been more that have come through, but you can just see the expanse of how many of them actually were with us. It's going to take quite some time before they disappear off into the Mopani. So we have the last of our zebra and over 130 odd zebra that were with us momentarily. Just now, and you can see them all kind of traipsing off back towards those Mapani thickets. Kind of a never-ending line of them. But nice to have the Gemsbok now in the center of the waterhole. 1 or 2 wading springbok with them. And the remnants of that really large congregation of zebra. So it's been fantastic to spend some time with so many zebra, but it is time for us to head over to Madikwe and see what's going on there.
Good afternoon. No, it's not even afternoon yet, everyone, is it? Or is it? 2 minutes away from good afternoon. There we go. So I'm going to say it all the same. But welcome to Madikwe Game Reserve, where we do have a huge herd of elephants. You may hear the pitter-patter of water, and that is because it's raining. But luckily, it's not very heavy as of yet. Good afternoon. My name is Lauren. Davi is on camera, and we are going to spend a little bit of time with these elephants on one of Davi's favorite roads. It's right next to the mountains. It's very lush. That rain's getting a little bit heavier. Just going to pop some electronic things away. And it's normally very productive. Oh, you two hanging out together, huh? I love the trees. It reminds me a bit of Namibia, those sort of dead trees. They go all the way along this road, and it's very striking. It's been an overcast, grey day, if you like. It's not really been any sunshine. And obviously now that's the rain on. We can handle rain. We're tough cookies. But not heavy rain. But I've just joined the show, so please update me on what you've all been talking about. Wonderful discussions that we can have and dive into. I'm sure there have been many. Escape to Nature is all about escaping to nature together. A very immersive experience and, of course, having lots of wonderful discussions. Benny, you can see why this road is Davi's favorite. Yes, me too. I also do love it. And I need to come this road more often. It's the same road as the Bat Caves, which is a stunning place we'll hopefully get to show you. It's just beautiful. Not too far ahead. And the road actually ends at a place called Ambush Alley. And Ambush Alley is my favorite place on the whole reserve. I've never seen anything like it. I think it's so beautiful, and it happens to be the location of the brown hyena den. However, it is a complete black spot. No matter what we do, no matter what anyone does, even the radios don't work there. Which is rather unfortunate, but at least we're on the same road that leads that way. It's just stunning. And now that summer's well and truly here, it's just very thick and lush and green. Dense in some areas, but also open in some areas. We don't want it too thick, or then you'd never spot animals. once you step a little bit further away from the main roads, the ambient gets a little bit louder. The birds are a little bit louder, the buzzing. It's always best to go off the beaten track. Actually, Davy, there's more coming out. I think we can edge ahead and get a little bit closer. We've kind of drifted ahead. Callum, you're saying such beautiful sounds in Madikwe. And yes, I will not talk throughout every moment of Escape to Nature. It's a lot more slower pace than Safari Live, so that you can enjoy the sounds, so that you do really feel like you're on the vehicle with me. And if you hear the rain, you hear the wind. Is this position terrible, Dobby? That's all part of the experience. Okay, we're going to stay with this beautiful female. Oh, Maxine, that is a loaded comment. Aha. To wonder what animals are thinking. I wonder too, in so many regards, especially with my dog, who's now passed, but I always used to sit and wonder what she's thinking. But at the end of the day, we will never know. We don't even know what each other are thinking. Even your loved ones, even your mom or your children or your partner, you'll never really know what they're thinking as much as we want to, or maybe we don't want to. But with regards to the second part of your comment, I do always find it interesting that people, when they spend time with elephants or when they see elephants through us on Escape to Nature or Safari Live, they always say they're such intelligent animals. But Maxime, what are you basing that on? I'm just curious. I just always find it interesting that that is what people reference. I agree, they are intelligent. I think most organisms really are, or intelligent as they need to be. And intelligence is a huge topic. It was touched on this morning. I didn't get to dive too deep into it. And I just always wonder what it is that makes people say or talk about intelligence when they spend time with elephants. What aspect of the elephant is making you say that? I'm always just curious about that. And they are intelligent. But I think two things. I think sometimes the animals that humans can relate to, like elephants, because we can visibly see that they're very maternal and they're social, we can visibly see lots of things about them that we relate to. And secondly, I think sometimes we're a little bit guilty of the charismatic species approach. Charismatic species has sort of been debunked. It doesn't really mean anything in terms of ecology or biology, but what it does mean is those species that we are more attracted to. So the panda bears, the polar bears, the tigers, the leopard, the elephant, the dolphins, we tend to feel more for these animals and have more affection for these animals because of the charismatic species effect. It's an interesting topic when you dive into it. And I just wonder if that's why when we see dolphins or we spend time with elephants, we say, they're so intelligent. But what are we basing it on? Intelligence is something that is so difficult to quantify in the animal kingdom. For humans, it's slightly different, because we use different markers, we use IQ tests and sort of different things that you would never apply to the animal kingdom. But when it comes to the animal kingdom, what is it we are actually marking animal intelligence on? There's a quote that I say all the time, and I'm sure many of you heard it. It's one of my favorite quotes by Heisenberg, because it really makes you think. And it is, what we observe is not nature in itself, but nature exposed to our method of questioning. So what we're looking at is actually not nature, it's nature through our eyes, our perceptions. And when it comes to intelligence, it's really hard to actually find out what mental level other species operate on. The real challenge doesn't actually come from the animals themselves, but from us. Because human attitudes, creativity, and imagination are all very much part of our story. And when we apply that to other animals, there's a big challenge there. And I really believe that all species are as intelligent as they need to be. And intelligence is really strongly linked to the sensory realm and the umwelt, because each organism lives in its own umwelt, which comes from its sensory apparatus and its sensory understanding of the world that it lives in. And some of that sensory apparatus and understanding is so far out with our realm that we can't actually relate to it in any way, shape, or form. We have no idea what it's like to use echolocation. Yes, we have technology that can replicate it, but we don't understand what mental capacity it takes to use echolocation. What is it like to live in a chemical world where you can just do a phlegm and grimace and you understand everything about your partner without even talking to them? What is it like to hear sounds that are so low, infrasonic sounds? What is it like to detect vibrations using specialized cells on the heel and toe of your foot? We will never know. What is it like to live underwater? What is it like to fly with your own wings? So when it comes down to intelligence, I always think we should be cautious. A great point, Maxine. I'm just curious as to what draws you to say that. That's all. I find it really interesting. And there's a wonderful book called Are We Smart Enough to Know How Smart Animals Are? It's great. My friend bought me it for my birthday. And really, are we smart enough to know? How do we know? I mean, there's an avalanche of knowledge really on animal cognition, which has emerged, I would say, in the last few decades. It's definitely apparent that a whole range of species are intelligent and they display signs of high level of cognitive ability. But Why are we comparing and contrasting animals to our intelligence? Why are we using ourselves as a touchstone? We need to stop that. And then, what is a touchstone? For this beautiful female who has really given us the best views today, how do we understand how intelligent she is? Now, don't get me wrong. I believe she's very intelligent. I do. But how do we know that? We base it on our own benchmarks, and we base it on what we can see, because generally we are visual beings. I mean, how can we compare intelligence in animals like octopus? Octopus are amazing, I love them so much, but how can we even tap into that? The answer is, sadly, we can't.
It's the end of another year here at Wilder. And what a year it has been. Escape to Nature and The Wild Show were born along with our brand new app. We couldn't be happier to welcome back James, Steve, and Lauren in the new year, who once again will be part of the permanent team. We are grateful to every single one of you who has watched Wild Earth this year, and a very big thanks to our explorers. Without you, none of this would be possible. Happy holidays.
She's literally right in front of the car. I love it when animals are that relaxed. She knows we're here. She can hear me. She can smell the car, the fuel, and just all the scents that come with the car. She's just quite happy to spend time there. And just going back to that topic of intelligence and how I said it really is related to the sensory world. It may not seem like that, but it absolutely is, because your sensory world gives you your understanding of your environment around you. And that's directly linked to intelligence. And when you talk about the Umwelt, I love that concept. I love it so much. It's very much part of phenomenology. It just means that each organism senses its environment in its own way. No two organisms or no two individuals really are having the same experience. And the concept, when you read about phenomenology, hello, beautiful. You just know you're on camera, don't you? It gives you one example of the eyeless chick. And the eyeless tick basically climbs onto a grass stem, as most ticks do, and they quest. They're waiting for that smell of butyric acid to come from mammalian skin. And this little arachnid has now been proven to go 18 years without food. 18 years, like, I can't even get my head around that. What? 18 years is a phenomenally long time. And that means that it has ample time to meet a mammal. It has plenty time to meet a mammal. Then once it quests, it'll drop onto the victim, latch on. And then, of course, gorge itself on that mammal's blood. Then she gets ready to lay her eggs, and then she dies. So let me ask you something. This is a living being. It's a living creature, whether you like ticks or not. Can we honestly say that we understand this tick's Umwelt? How can we possibly even begin to tap into that? It seems so, I guess, incredibly impoverished compared to ours, if I can say that. But the scientist that came up with the Umwelt concept in phenomenology says that maybe it's not impoverished. Maybe it's the tick's simplicity is the tick's strength. This female who lives her life, her goals in life are completely well defined, and she encounters a few distractions, and she just lives as the eyeless tick is supposed to live. But we can't ever say that we can relate to that. And there comes the challenge in us as a human trying to determine how intelligent animals are. Every organism lives in its own reality. And it's so wonderful to think and use our imagination to think what their reality might be. Yes, this angle is not so great anymore, is it? But we'll never know. That's the point. We can think what their reality might be, but we'll never know. Elephants hear things that we don't hear. They don't see like we see. Their vision is worse. They can communicate in completely different ways. They can detect vibrations, as I've already mentioned. They can talk over great distances, which humans cannot do. There's no way we can really say what her reality is like. I'd love to know, and I often think if I could be another species for one day, what would I choose? Would I want to be a raptor that soars in the sky with incredible vision? Would I want to be a creature that lives under the sea and extracts oxygen using gills? Would I want to be a misunderstood shark, like a tiger shark? Would I want to be a leopard? Would I want to be an eyeless tick? I don't know what I would choose for one day. There's also a wonderful example of an oak tree. Think of an oak tree. Some organisms, like birds, will sit in the branches of that oak tree. Some will live underneath its bark. Animals like a fox family will live or dig a lair among the roots. Elephants will come along and just give it a big push. Each and every organism that utilizes that tree perceives the tree completely differently. They're using their own senses and their own intelligence to create perceptions about their world in a completely different way, although they're all thinking about and utilizing the same tree. No two organisms is having the same experience on that tree. from a mammal to a bird to an insect. They need that tree, they're on the tree, but it's not for the same purposes and it's not within the same realities. The rest of the herd are completely gone. She must be enjoying some alone time. Now she'll be contacting the herd to find out where they are. think that is our female walking off. She's going to follow the same way as that the herd went. She'll be able to hear them. She'll know exactly where they are. And off she goes to visit the herd. Okay, elephant has disappeared now, so I think we're going to bumble into the rain. Just not so pleasant. There's still that drizzly rain. It's really not ideal. I did see a lot more elephants down this way too, but I imagine they might have also disappeared. There's no struggle in summer for these animals. There's no reason to be stressed. Because of course, greenery is everywhere. It's so lush. But we're going to keep bumbling to see what else we can find, and we're going to send you guys over to Amakhala and the secretary birds.
Thanks very much, Lauren. And yeah, we are here at the secretary bird nest, just on the eastern side of the nest. And we've been watching them for about 20 minutes or so. And we're just seeing a few heads bobbing up and down every now and then. So far we've only seen 2. No sign of any adults. Ah, there's that one that likes to stretch the legs. See the leg all splayed out there. That's interesting. Yeah, no, we've seen them stretching their legs a lot and stretching their feathers or wings quite a lot. So I don't know if it's because of lack of space in the nest, or perhaps maybe for the day we've all been waiting for, when they take the first step to begin the fledging process, which is going to happen very soon. It's funny, my first prediction was in around Christmas. So I've changed that. I think it's going to happen just after New Year. Beautiful. Very relaxed at the moment, it seems, enjoying the sun. Not too hot, like I mentioned earlier, so it's just a perfect temperature for them. They can be comfortable in the nest. So I'm not sure what date it is. I think it's on the 2nd or the 3rd of January. Looking at about a 42-degree day. So they must definitely enjoy this cool weather while they can. And what I have noticed is only once out of the last 4 times that we've actually come here that the adults have arrived with a little bit of water and food. I think it's a combination of many things. I think probably more than anything else it's lack of timing on our behalf. There we go, just a little bit of a stretch and groom. Nice to see them looking after themselves by grooming. There's a little bit of a wing stretch again. Hilary, that's an interesting question. So I don't think they will. I think for them to fledge, there needs to be something drastic to happen. So maybe if the nest gets destroyed in a very high wind, then I think they might be forced to. But just to let you know, it was about was it 2 weeks ago we had that big storm. Yeah, it was about 2 weeks ago we had a huge storm, one of the biggest storms I've seen in the Eastern Cape yet. High winds, high rains, lightning. And so much so that there were some trees on the game reserve, and I'm not talking small trees, I'm talking big trees. They were blown over. And we came here, as soon as the road started to dry up, we made our turn here. The first thing we did was made our turn here to see if they were okay. And we were sort of like biting our nails thinking, oh, what happened to them in that wind? And they were fine. They didn't force to fledge or anything. I think they'll have to hold on, because they are in exposed areas, and in exposed areas they're gonna get hit by the sun quite hard. The winds are gonna hit them when they arrive, and of course all that rain is gonna fall on top of them, and they have got to learn to get through that weather condition. And they did, and we came here and we were not sure what we were going to find here, and when we came here they were totally fine. Oh, look at that little foot. But as I mentioned earlier, that this nest it wasn't built this season, it was built quite a few seasons ago. And we have seen the adults are very pedantic about how the nest must be, and they're often rearranging nesting material to make it stronger and putting the twigs in the right place. So in the event that there is some extreme weather, that the nest is going to hold tight, and if the nest holds tight, then the chicks can hold tight as well. There's a few disadvantages and advantages to having the rains. One of the disadvantages is that they're definitely going to get wet, and they're going to potentially get cold, and yeah, they could also get hypothermia. So if it's cold, very cold at night, and it's raining, they might even get hypothermia, and they could pass from that. But then one of the biggest benefits is that the water is going to puddle on the roads. And that's fresh rainwater, and the adults, they don't need to venture too far for water, because ultimately water is very important for them, just like anything else on this planet, and they need it several times a day. But there is a waterhole that's not too far from this area. It's called Archie's Pan, and it's just down in the Hidden Valley. Baxter, I believe so. Yeah, I do believe so. I knew some people that raised parrots. My mom also used to enjoy the African grey parrot quite a bit. And if there's a draft and you don't put a blanket over the cage, for example, then those parrots, they can get pneumonia. So it could very well happen in nature, but they're a lot more tougher in nature than anything that you're going to have in a captive environment. But they have their ways of keeping warm, so they'll go into the deeper part of the nest and they'll all sit on top of each other, and they protect each other that way. I was doing some research the other night, and apparently, you know, it's very unlikely for multiple chicks, especially of this stage or age, for them to all still be alive. There's a very high mortality rate when it comes to secretary bird young. And all three of these seem to be okay. I haven't seen the third one today, but the last time we were here, we did see the third one. So of course it must be a very successful breeding pair to be able to raise 3 chicks to the point at which they are now. That leg is all stretched out again. And just to give you an idea, the food availability here must be pretty good, because even myself and BK driving down here, we've seen mice crossing the road, field mice, and then also one sighting of a flay rat. We haven't seen any snakes with our own eyes, but we have seen the adult spring snakes. But we know that there's quite a few snakes that are gonna be out here, mainly puff adders, the odd rinkles, and also Cape Cobra. And then where we are sitting now, where the vehicle's parked, I noticed something in the corner of my eye, right next to the vehicle. And it was what is the name of that lizard now? Is it a girdled lizard? I think the name is. Quite a big one, right next to the vehicle here. So it seems like there is quite a bit of those reptilians around here that can definitely support these adults and the chicks here, as well as the rodents.
This is unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Join me, James Hendry, on an odyssey through the most adorable, fascinating, and heart-stopping moments that we have experienced here on Wild Earth.
I see this one youngster on the right side is really looking around. I'm pretty sure it's either getting thirsty or getting hungry, just waiting in anticipation for the adults to arrive. And I think also, you know, these youngsters have also figured out how long it takes for the adults on average to arrive here. But yeah, you can imagine there's a lot of work to be done by these adults to supply food for themselves and water for themselves, plus these chicks. As well as to make sure that this territory is still advertised as theirs. So a lot of work for these secretary bird adults at the moment. And then since I've been watching them and following up on them between Morgan and BK, when I first met them for the very first time, they were smaller than half the size of what they are now. So just a bit more than a third of what they are now. Also, it does seem like one of these youngsters seems to be a little bit lighter in coloration than the rest of them. One likes to stand up quite a bit. And then also when food does arrive, one tends to gobble most of the food down. And these are all mechanisms that we're going to use to try and identify some of the individuals. It can be quite difficult, especially when they're sitting down. Simon, this is a brilliant place for them to nest. I think this is brilliant. I think it's a perfect little nesting site that they've got there on the top of this small little bush. Also just the area, it's a vastly open area, so the adults are going to spot prey very easily out here, and also situated close to a watering source. And all of these three combined, it's going to really aid them in how successful they're going to be. If the adults had to choose, you know, a nesting site that's not going to be the best, what are the chances? If the water's far away, what are the chances? And then if the food is difficult to find, what are the chances? And it just amazes me that what must go through the adults' minds when they think, all right, it's this time of the year, we're going to start nesting. Now, you know what's going to be the best place, especially with couples that have just met and they haven't found a nesting site yet, because remember, they do return back to these nesting sites every year. But just the thought process that must go through their mind as to this is a great spot or this is not a great spot, etc. JL, afternoon and good question. So officially I don't think there's an eating order. I think the dominant chick, because there is one more dominant chick than the rest of them, I have noticed, especially I think it's this one that we're looking at that likes to stretch the legs. I think it's that one. This one tends to take a lot of the food and drink a lot of the water, and that goes with any animal in nature. If they are hungry and really want to eat, they're going to be persistent on eating, and so on. So often if you look at, for example, lions, they often say there's a pecking order. The male will always eat first and the females later, and then the cubs usually last. This is not 100% true. I've seen a female lion really climb into a male because she was very hungry and she wanted some of the meat. And she fed first. And then the male ate some, and then the cubs came. So it all depends on who is more persistent in wanting that meal. That's what I think. And as one chick becomes a bit more dominant than the rest, it's going to grow a little bit more, and it's going to require more food source because it's a bigger animal. And I think this becomes the habit, the new norm for this individual. That whenever food does arrive, that it's going to try and take most of it, if not, all of it in some cases. It's very strange that some books, they describe secretary birds not to practice the siblicide, which is when chicks kill each other. The stronger chick will kill the weaker chick. But then other books say that that has been recorded. So it's very tricky with secretary birds. Then the fledging process is another process that is quite risky for them because they can hurt themselves coming out the nest. They've been sitting in the nest all their life up until now. They know nothing really about getting out the nest. And this is where they're going to need to figure it out. There might be an injury coming out the nest, and then also during the shepherding process. It's going to be quite tough on these individuals. They're going to need to learn fast to master those basics so that they can go off and actually start their own lives and be successful at that. Because to go out there and find prey is a challenge in itself. But then also dealing with the prey that's going to try and bite them and defend themselves, that's a challenge in itself as well. And they're going to need to know all of these things. But I'm sure during the shepherding process, they're going to start off small. So the adults are going to teach them to, catch insects and get that done right. And as they get a bit more confidence, these youngsters will need to start to go for snakes and things like that. But amazingly enough, that when it comes to the adults, without chicks, at least 70 to 80% of the diet is insects. It's a lot easier to find, it's easier prey, it's prey that's not really going to fight back, and it's very nourishing. And it seems like the diet does change when there are chicks, because it's going to be quite a lot of work just to keep coming back to the chicks with insects of different sizes. It's going to be a big mission for them. So rather go out into the field and catch a big snake or a few mice, and it can sustain them well, and they can spend more time in the field. If they sit really still, they do camouflage in there quite well. Nicola, I think any animal, if you threaten an animal enough and you corner it off that you don't give the animal any options but to fight, I think, a fight will persist, yeah. So I think a secretary bird, if it feels that its life is in danger, it's going to do everything to try and defend itself. And this goes with any animal. And that's why when we're out here in the field with animals big and small, we make sure that we don't make them feel that we are boxing them in or making them feel that they have no escape options. And this really does avoid a lot of the conflicts. I don't think they're going to do too much damage to a human, and they can kick, and they do have sharp claws at the end of their toes, but I don't think it's going to do that much damage to you. I've been kicked by a secretary bird once, but that was in a sanctuary when I held out a mouse in my hand. It was a frozen mouse that was given to me to feed the secretary bird at the sanctuary, and I opened up my hand. Instead of putting it on the feeding platform, I put my hand out with the mouse on, and the secretary bird came up to my hand and kicked it, and it's surprisingly powerful. The mouse, of course, went flying in the air, landed on the floor, and the secretary bird went and gobbled it up. But I could see how snakes and that won't survive being kicked in the right places. They're not going to survive that very easily. There's actually a video that's going around at the moment of a secretary bird going after a Cape Cobra and kicking the Cape Cobra about 7 or 8 times in a space of a few seconds on its head. But they are very accurate in their kicks. So when they do go after things like snakes, they try and aim for the base of the skull, where the spine and the skull meet. It's a very, very sensitive place that can immobilize prey. Beautiful view, isn't this? So I think, yeah, definitely for the secretary birds, they've chosen a spot with a great vista. So this is pretty much the entire Amakada that you're seeing, just not the hills in the far back there, that sort of dark silhouetted one. So as you can see, many valleys out here. And it's very tricky to track animals down in here for many reasons, but valleys are a big part of it. When animals disappear into the valleys, they really do disappear. Just breathtaking. We've had cloud cover like this in the afternoons almost every single day for the last few weeks now. So I'm very interested to know if any of you have ever spent some time around secretary bird nests, or if you've watched chicks in a nest before. This, as I said, is my first time seeing chicks in a nest. I have watched these ones grow up, but just the chicks in the nest, this was an absolute first for me. We see adults sitting on the nests, we see that quite a bit sometimes, but I've never seen chicks in a nest. So if you have, and this will also be directed at Alex, who's on the dam cameras. I know he's an extensive birder and he enjoys bird watching and travels around for them. So Alex, have you ever seen such a thing? What's your best secretary bird sighting? Let us all know. There we go, little portrait of the young ones there. Isn't that nice? Okay, we're going to watch a little bit more. We're going to send you over to Lauren in Madikwe in the meanwhile.
We have arrived at the Bat Caves, or the Bat Cave area. And wow, the number of animals here is just unbelievable. Got elephants, zebra, wildebeest, impala were around. I imagine they will be here somewhere. Ah, it's just stunning. I'm not sure if we can show you the Bat Caves from here, can we, Davi? Oh. This car just makes me want to pull my hair out, so no, we can't. We could maybe slightly turn the car around, because it's really nice to look at them from a distance. Once you get close, because we've got this roof on, we can't show you, so we need to look at them from far away anyway. Nope. Or yes, just made it without the roof. Look at that. Doesn't it look like something out of, I don't know, Jurassic Park? That's the Bat Caves. I have never actually seen a bat here, FYI, but that's what this area is called, and it's just stunning. And just following on in intelligence, I actually read something recently where it spoke about sort of the converging of similar traits. Not because we're related, but because each species has encountered sort of maybe similar problems along the lines of evolution, and they've come up with similar structures. And when it comes to physical traits, that's very easy to see. So if you think of wings, wings are a fantastic adaptation, and bats have them. They're mammals, but so do birds, and birds are birds. Then if you think of fins, sharks have them, sharks are fish. Dolphins have them, dolphins are mammals. Even think of venom, jellyfish have them, jellyfish are cnidaria. Think of wasps, wasps have them, have venom, have it. And they're an insect. Sorry, I'm just watching the conversion of these two bows, Davi. This one was making a beeline for this one, and it just looked rather interesting. I'm never going to get used to this awful roof. It's okay, boy. You're not happy with this other one, are you? I'm not going to move the car right now when we've got two bulls this close to the car. So apologies for the roof. They're interacting. Oh, this roof is not equipped for filming. Hello, boy. Now, this boy that you're looking at now, his legs are soaking. He's really in must. But he seems to now be walking in the opposite direction. When two bulls collide, really, it's no joke. And they've both walked off. Interesting. Yes, Caleb, Madikwe does not disappoint in terms of elephants, that's for sure. So yes, physical traits have arisen in the animal kingdom, in the sort of evolutionary tree, if you like, amongst unrelated, completely unrelated organisms. And it's because they've faced the same problems and had to come up with the same solution, and that solution works. Wings work. It's not just birds that have wings, bats, insects. So if the conversion of similar traits or similar abilities can come about in organisms that are not related, the question this article posed was, what about the mind? We can see physical traits. We can see elephants have trunks. We can see wings and all of these things. But we can't see the mind. So if different organisms that are just so far apart, like jellyfish, cnidaria, wasp, insect, have similar venoms, what about the mind? What if, because different species have faced similar problems, that maybe they've come up with very similar cognitive structures, maybe even similar to us? If physical traits have evolved that way, surely there's a sort of case that the mind might too. And therefore, when it comes to intelligence, there's no sort of hierarchy. It's just a very complex web of different abilities throughout the animal kingdom. Just because an insect is small doesn't mean it's not intelligent. Just because a mouse is small or a rat is small doesn't mean it's not intelligent. Harry, you love the thought-provoking discussions. It was actually Maxine that inspired this one. I just like to think about things from a different perspective. And I'm definitely not in any way, shape or form an expert in animal intelligence, but I've heard different sort of comments over my career. That animal's stupid, that animal's dumb, but this animal is intelligent. And I'm just thinking, how can you possibly say that? And what are you actually trying to say there? I'm so glad we actually made our way over here to the Bat Caves.
Can we stop there, please? Because now we have got some leopards making love. Now, this is not like when a baby human bites your finger. Let's push play on this episode of The Wild Show.
We are still sitting in the same spot, unable to move from the scenes in front of us. And you know, what always makes me laugh is the good old mirror test that you read about. Because that was always thought to be a marker of intelligence. Who recognizes oneself? So it was obviously started on mammals, and you would paint a dot on the mammal's head and see if it recognizes itself in the mirror. Great. Some mammals did. Amazing. You recognize yourself in the mirror. You are intelligent. Well done. You recognize that you have a white dot on your head, and a lot of organisms try to wipe it off. If you don't recognize yourself in the mirror, then you're not intelligent. You don't pass that test. You didn't know it was yourself in the mirror. You didn't see the white dot and try to wipe it off. That's a great experiment if you're visual. What about if you're not visual? And that experiment just shows you how a lot of things that we have studied animal intelligence, or cognitive ability, should I say, reflects our mind, because we are visual. If you look at yourself in the mirror, you know it's you. If there's a white dot on your head, you would say, oh my goodness, what is this? And immediately you would wipe it away. So we have made so many studies for animals based on our perceptions and our way of thinking. Now look at dogs, pet dogs, not wild dogs. I'm sure any of us who have had a pet dog will agree that you can feel their intelligence. There's a really incredible connection between humans and dogs, and I think it just goes without saying that dogs are intelligent, but dogs did not pass that test. My dog used to bark at itself in the mirror. Why? Does it mean she's stupid? No, not at all. Dogs' vision is about 4 to 8 times less accurate than ours. Why? Because they don't need good vision. They're chemical. They rely on scent. So dogs are self-aware. It's now been proven that dogs are completely self-aware. They know exactly, they can recognize their own urine and everyone else's urine, but not by looking in the mirror. You don't care what they look like in the mirror. They recognize oneself through urine. So that mirror test was useless on dogs, but it did not mean that dogs are not intelligent. Think about bats again, echolocation. We're at the bat caves. That's incredible. They don't need vision. They're listening for echoes, the return of an echo, to gauge how far away an object is and the size of that object and the speed that that object is moving at. Or what about salmon who tune into the Earth's magnetic field to return to spawning sites? Dumb? I don't think so. That's incredible. We could never do that. We could never tune into the Earth's magnetic fields. I think when you really look at intelligence across the board, you have to get into the umwelt of the animal. Once you're into the umwelt of the animal as far as you can from a human perspective, then you can sort of gauge how that animal senses its world, how that animal perceives things, what primary senses it's relying on, what secondary senses it's relying on, and then you can get a little bit of an understanding of that organism's reality. I mean, think about octopus. I mean, they throw a right spanner in the works. They use tools like humans do. They've been scientifically researched to show that they plan. So they plan for the future. They recognize individual people, especially their handlers. If they're in an aquarium, they respond to different people. They love foreign objects, and I can definitely vouch for that. I put a GoPro down to film one, and it just ran off with my GoPro. I got it back, don't worry. But they love foreign objects. Don't forget their talent to color change. It's way better than a chameleon. It's under neural control, not hormonal control. In a nanosecond, they can change color. It's remarkable. But they have really short lives. They live only about 2 years, give or take, species dependent. They live alone. They're not social. They're really not social, actually. And it is almost impossible to determine brain to body size ratio, which I touched on this morning's drive, because there are about 500 million neurons, I believe, and they're all split up and spread throughout their tentacles. The brain is not just in the head. So they defy all the things that we mark as intelligent, but we know that they're extremely intelligent. So all of those markers that we use, how are we going to explain that one? How are we going to explain the intelligence of an octopus? There's some wonderful books out there about octopus, actually. Really wonderful. And the wonderful bonds that caretakers have actually formed with them and how intelligent they really are. But yet they go against everything that we've marked out. Social intelligence? They're not social. They use tools. They do plan for the future. They are self-aware. It's just not visual. The wildebeest are all partying over this side. Are you able to show them from here, Davi? No. Let me just reposition. Or can we make it work? You've stopped now, okay. But we heard you.
So sadly, we did just lose Lauren there, but we will obviously be back with her at some point. And we are here still with our springbuck. They have really just been the main feature at the moment, but rounding the corner of that thicket over there, you will see the approaching zebra. So we'll wait for them to get down to us. There's one or two gemsbuck around as well, and still rather overcast, but the wind seems to have died down, so that definitely is a benefit for us. Of course, just waiting on the zebra to come down too. So just waiting on our zebra to get closer to us. And nothing like the 130 strong that we had earlier. But wow, always good to see them. And yeah, that really was something else. That 130 odd was quite a spectacle indeed. And really awesome to be able to spend time with them. But yeah, it's going to be nice to spend time with this new harem and enjoy the presence of zebra, along with the springbuck, but nice to have them coming down to join us anyway. You also notice a couple of those gemsbuck up in the distance. So, of course, this is a different harem to that really extensive amount of zebra that we did see earlier. Although they do take water around twice a day, so perhaps it's some of them, who knows, but I don't think so, because it would be rather quick between drinks. And they did all move off in another direction to the one that this harem came through in. So the number of zebra are swelling. There's a number of separate harems that seem to be converging all at once. It looks like one or two are getting a little spooked too. I think we'll have the final of this group once those here in the back get down to us. Of course, and if one spooks, the rest do as well. So we'll wait for them kind of all to get together again and see what is going on. So if any of you did count, there are roughly around 40 zebra here at the moment. So a long way off, roughly around a third odd of the size of that massive herd of zebra that did come join us. I don't know why it zoomed out that far, but when they were here, they literally took over the entire other side. There's a number, well, about 4 more that are coming down too. So really cool. Of course, you'll just pick up on the vocal of the southern masked weavers as well that are around in the camp. Quite a cool sound too. So really pleasant scenes here at the moment. It's always relaxing when we do have all the zebra here. Like I was saying earlier, rather hypnotizing too, just with all those stripes. Almost bedazzled by the dazzle. Hi JL, no, I do not think that they are part of that grouping of zebra. Those zebra did move to the southeast of us. The zebra approached from the northwest of us. And it does look like they're going to be heading back in that northwesterly direction. So I don't think so. Although zebra do drink twice odd a day, or can drink twice a day at least, it would kind of be quite short. Quite a short interval in terms of when they would have drunk earlier. In all likelihood, they are bulk feeders. They had gone off to feed and will be back at a later point in time. It looks like our zebra are slowly going to start to move off, so we'll just have to wait and see what else is around in the area. Hi Robert, so it really can depend on the species of animal. For example, rinderpest kind of wiped out much of the buffalo population when it was present, and effectively there were only around 50 odd buffalo left in South Africa itself. So majority of the buffalo that are present in South Africa are actually descendant of those buffaloes that survived the rinderpest outbreak that did occur. Of course, a number of them are carriers of tuberculosis as well. So buffalo are obviously known for that. But of course, there are others that are also known to be carriers of tuberculosis. So in fact, kudu or another. And there are other diseases such as heartwater, which does then come from ticks, or there's a specific type of tick that is known to be the vector of that disease itself as well. And of course rabies is rather fatal as well. So it really does depend really on the species, and of course, you know, how expensive or extensive the kind of outbreak or pandemic or epidemic might be in an area. But rinderpest was definitely one that was very, very costly in terms of buffalo when it was present. So sadly it does look like that is the end of this grouping of zebra that did come to join us. Looks like the springbok have also pushed on. A number of them just here to the south of the waterhole. So slowly but surely, these springbok are starting to commandeer the shade. A little bit of the sun breaking through. It was rather muggy, really, or did come across as that earlier. So a number of the zebra have obviously left. Of course, the springbok are around, and this is generally when they do form their greatest numbers. But with the weather and the amount of wind that was around earlier, it does seem to be that they were a little bit subdued today.
Mashatu Game Reserve has a glowing reputation as one of the most beautiful reserves in southern Africa. And now, atop a soaring cliff overlooking the Majale River, beneath the groves of euphorbia succulents, sits the stunning new Mashatu Euphorbia Villas. These eco-friendly villas echo their beautiful natural surroundings, shaped to match the Mapanu parts of Mashatu. Enjoy earthy glamour with a consciousness for conservation woven into every element of these camps within the 32,000 hectare reserve.
Gemsbok is moving off. Looks like another little herd of, a little harem of zebra off in the distance, perhaps coming down. So one of those kind of patience moments. The ebb and flow of the waterhole dynamics. The zebra is slowly starting to approach. A little bit of some hornbill activity behind us. You can just pick up the odd little bit of audio there. And one lone springbok commissioning off in front of us as well. Also sounds like an African cuckoo as well. That cuckoo sound that's going on there. Hi Ashley. Yes, we have spotted Kori Bastard here in Okokuyo. And the last time I actually saw one was probably around 2 weeks ago. That was when I was last on Dam Camp. And yeah, I did hang around for quite some time. It was nice to see them generally in the mornings. But we definitely do get the Kori Bastards here. And the zebra are slowly making their way down. It looks like one or two impala as well coming to join in. So the zebra are approaching, but it's time for us also to approach Liam down in Kariega and see what's going on there.
And hello everybody again. Welcome back to Kariega. We've had some brief intermission since this morning. It's been a steadily more cloudy day here in Kariega, and there's been a pair of these white storks who've made their appearance on the plains. There's I had 4 of them fly over the other day. So it's nice to have had them land and spend a bit of time here. It's not a particularly common occurrence on the plains for this long haul migrant. So yeah, it's nice to have this white stork around. So we've had a flyover of a closely related black stork, which is a resident species in southern Africa, and the black stork they often nest in, or at least found nearby, sorts of mountainous cliff areas. So when you see one, it's a sign that there should be some of its habitat somewhere nearby. Whereas the white storks, they at least when they're here in southern Africa, they'll just hang out in fallow fields, grasslands such as the one here, and they'll move around in these open habitats and pick up all sorts of insects and such. There's still lots of these kites around. It's really, really nice. It's been progressively more of them on the plains. In fact, just yesterday with the rain we had nearly 15-20 of them all together in the same tree, trying to get away from the weather. And now back onto the plains, up and down, toing and froing and landing in many different spots, it seems, for probably looking for little insects, I'd assume. White stork grooming its feathers so nicely, keeping them in good tip-top shape. You'd still have a good few months until it might decide to slowly start making its way back to Europe. There's another kite in the back. There's even examples of where the storks will stay behind. I'd love to know if anybody's ever heard of the story about how storks bring children, deliver babies to homes. So Jamie asks, do white storks ever hunt near water? So no, not particularly. Well, if you had to compare it to, say, the likes of a grey heron, which is a very similar looking bird. A lot of people might confuse herons and storks because they're quite tall birds with a long bill. So herons tend to hang out near water, and some storks, which you'll find in water, but the white stork more so in open grassy habitats or agricultural areas. So they'll often, in fact, they're pretty good at finding tractors and machines working the land, which they will then fly into and then follow. Much how a herd of buffalo or a rhino moves through an open grassland and disturbs insects, the white stork would do the same with these kites. Are just full up on the plains and busy, very, very busy. So yeah, they'll be found more in grassy habitats but compared to water or aquatic habitats. So yeah, what I was going to say is, I wonder if anybody's ever heard the story told to many children in Europe, how these apparently these storks deliver babies. So when one is trying to deliver the birds and bees speech, which is inevitable for those parents out there, the tale is told about how the storks would drop off the babies, and then the babies would arrive in the homes of families, and that's how babies are come into the world. It's always an interesting little story about the birds and bees, and that would have been associated with the fact that these storks built their nests on top of many European buildings. So in the northern summer, you'll often get their big sticky platforms tops of the buildings, and it's easy to make the story up. It's quite a convincing story. Kind of like how Santa Claus climbs through the chimney. By now, I'm sure there's a fairly significant breeze coming in here, and that breeze is coming in from the west today. So with that breeze, these yellow-billed kites or black kites, probably both, probably the same, depends on who you ask, are floating effortlessly into the air. It's really quite a pleasure to watch. You just watch how dexterously they just swivel that tail left or right, depending on where they want to go. Oops, lost that one. Showing off some beautiful aerial acrobatics. Let's move on over to the side of the plane where there's quite a few more. Getting in some grazing, and female voyage, pilgrimage, maybe what you would call it. So you think about this incredible journey, particularly for a yellow kite or a white stork who flies thousands and thousands of kilometers. And now there's various different ways in which they do so. Some I would imagine a kite, I don't know, I get the sense that by the way that they migrate using the coastline, some will use geographical locations or references. So in Africa, the likes of the Great Rift Valley is an exceptional cue for many migratory birds to utilize. So they just basically follow the rift north, follow the rift south, and it's a very useful means of navigating the great distance. And then coastlines as geographical features, also pretty straightforward. The east coast is quite a more direct one. The west coast is a little bit more of a bend to it, but will still get you there. Other mechanisms that have been known to be used, stars. So stellar mapping and referencing. So that's also another mechanism. And the one that intrigues me the most is the sense for electromagnetic. The one for the electromagnetic sensory abilities. So there are. Sadly, it depends on who you ask. There's, with species and species revisions constantly in flux depending on which scientific authority brings forth the latest understandings. Yellow-billed and black-kite are separated or lumped, split or lumped as the term is used, and this seems to change fairly constantly. But all that really tells us is that it is a mixed opinion. And you know what, quite frankly, sometimes there are grey areas with the species. There has to be a point in time where a species starts becoming more than one species, or is starting to genetically mix and to become more of one species. So it might just be a state of flux for the yellow-billed and black kite. Other than that, there is the black-shouldered kite, which is a very distinct species, quite a bit smaller than these chaps here, but don't find them down here too much. They rather prefer the slightly taller grass on the upper sections of Kariega. So good place for rodents to hide out and for them to hunt little rodents and so on. So it's, you could say 2 or 3, depending on how you want to classify your kites. And that's not only for Kariega, but that would be for all of southern Africa. love watching these birds, and they're just constantly doing something. Definitely built for being up in the air a lot. Now, for a bird of prey, these yellow-billed kites, or however you want to call them, kites, have got pretty small feet, so they're not really able to take very large prey. So it is often a misperception of yellow-billed kites, or that they might attack people's pets, or they predate on such, which is not the case. But with a slightly larger, not so slightly, but significantly larger crowned eagle, that might certainly be the case. It's an interesting interface we have with a bird of prey. The crowned eagle, being a very large and incredibly powerful bird of prey, can take anything up to the size of a vervet monkey or even a chacma baboon. Now that is a pretty large prey for a bird, and this means that little fluffles who might be somebody's pet cat, or old Rex, the little Jack Russell, might also feature on the menu. So it doesn't fare very well for the crowned eagle, but it is the reality of living with wildlife. They simply see a little creature like that as a piece of food. And yeah, so it can be people who not who don't really know the better might often misconstrue different raptors as all the same, which is not really the case. A yellow-billed kite is very poorly equipped to snatch up fluffles or wrecks. They've got tiny little feet that they would just barely utilize to collect various locusts and other large insects, which you can see them swooping down for. Slavic. So that's it's Emmanuel. Sorry, is telling us about Slavic mythology regarding the white stork, that killing one would bring bad luck. That's a fascinating little tidbit. I didn't know. Yeah, there's definitely a strong connection to culture the white stork over in Europe. That is for sure. I would, as I said, I'd guess it's the fact that they nest on top of human dwellings that would bring so many tales. There was nice little something I didn't know. Always nice to learn little mythological stories myth and fable stories of birds. Of course, it's a type of or group of creatures that I'm most fond of, and I love learning about their relationships with man.
It's the end of another year here at Wilder, and what a year it has been. Escape to Nature and The Wild Show were born along with our brand new app. We couldn't be happier to welcome back James, Steve, and Lauren in the new year, who once again will be part of the permanent team. We are grateful to every single one of you who has watched Wild Earth this year, and a very big thanks to our explorers. Without you, none of this would be possible. Happy holidays.
likes of ostriches, emus, cassowaries. They are certainly some of the few birds that have survived mankind's wrath. Yeah, and any other larger bird that has existed, particularly on islands, has succumbed to rapid extinction shortly after the arrival of man. I mean, it's probably the easiest food one could acquire. It's a big old walking bird. I do often wonder the stories that a bird, or the tales that a bird could tell over its stories of travel across the different regions of the world. And they do it every year, so they're able to see the events in the world unfold and landscapes change. It really must be so great to be able to bear witness to these changes. Being in these high winds, well, not say high winds, fairly strong breeze, and just watching how these kites are kind of ducking and diving in the wind, it reminds me of ocean-going birds. It's another incredible ability to make use of air currents. Albatrosses and shearwaters and the like. All those birds that live in the deep oceans have an incredible mastery of the sky and winds, and how they make use of these little upward currents that are created by waves. As a wave moves, it pushes air and displaces it upward, and you watch as these seabirds kind of surf the wind current above the wave. It is really truly amazing to bear witness to, with very little movements on the wing. Another thing that's really great is their ability to hold their wing and their position in a stable manner. Pilots will understand there's a significant amount of instability on the leading edge of a wing, and in some aircraft that instability is corrected by a little mechanism at the end of the tips of the wings. In some aircraft you'll find there's a little lip that kind of folds upward at the tip of the wing, and that it somewhat calms or controls that instability that turbulence that is caused by the wing. And the same thing happens with birds. See if we can try and spot it here. Oh, that is a lovely bit of information. Credo Mutwa, one of the very well known spiritual leaders in many circles, shared a little bit of information there on the hawk and its very positively viewed perceptions or mixed views. The hawk. So there's there's quite a number of different hawks that one might find, but that's a really nice bit of information there from Credo Mutwa, a well-known name in South African pop culture. A bit more information on that notion of credos is it's said that if while walking in the veldt you come across a dead hawk, it is a symbol of transience of human life. The omen tells you that you must do everything you want to do quickly, because time flies and doesn't come back again. The hawk is also a symbol of courage, of truthfulness, and of fighting for the right cause. Sometimes when hawks are particularly vicious towards village chickens, the owners of the chickens will put wings of hawks tied on the thatch of the huts on the outside to deter these rather hungry birds. That is it's magic. I do love a little bit of folklore, and that's a really lovely little story. It's lovely to be able to share that with you all as well. Certainly was a beautiful bit of time spent with the kites. like our stalk has now acquired a nice backdrop of buffaloes. I did see just briefly off camera the second one is in the area. They are both hanging out, but they have returned to a little bit of trying to get away from the wind. Two youngsters just out of view, but they're having a little bit of a jostle over there. Quite lovely. Well, leaving on that very playful note, let's head on over to Amakhala with Andrew.
Alright, so myself and BK, we've just driven along this road over here and we've come across this giraffe carcass that's just lying here. It's been here for quite some time, clearly, but it's actually quite interesting because there is a big vertebrae here that I want to show you. But before I do that, I just want to show you, oh wow, here's a tooth. These are the rib cages. Now you can see, look how well developed those rib cages are. Of course, very important. We all know why we have rib cages. It's going to protect the organs within our body. So giraffe definitely going to need quite big rib cages. Sorry, I do have my sunglasses on here. I did forget about that. Let me just pop those off there. And the other thing that I wanted to show you is actually what I find very interesting is the vertebrae. Now, I wouldn't recommend handling bones if you ever go into a game reserve. Rather, don't do that. Okay, take a look at that. How cool is that, eh? There's one vertebrae that's missing here. I think it's this one over here. We'll just plonk it over there just to make it complete. Alright. See that? So I don't know if you know, but a human has got 7 vertebrae in the neck. It's identical to that of giraffe. 7 vertebrae. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Interesting, hey? Ginormous vertebrae, almost the size of a skull. My skull, at least. And I thought this was a tooth that I found, but I don't think it is a tooth, actually. Not actually quite sure what it is, so I'm just gonna put it back there. Alright, so I'm just trying to think probably what happened to this giraffe. I think at some stage it was probably killed by lions. There used to be a big coalition out here of 2 adult males, and I'm pretty sure that they managed to get hold of this giraffe. But in any case, I do hope you all had a good time out here with us while we escaped into nature. It was an absolute pleasure being with you all. We did manage to see some nice things from different locations. My favorite sighting for today was, of course, has to be the secretary bird. We had a good time with them, watching the adults, giving them a little bit of food, and then just watching the chicks just mill about, which was always quite nice. Yeah, but don't forget that Penguin Beach will follow after this, and then straight after that the sunset safari will begin, and definitely you can take part in that. Hope you all had a good time with us, and we look forward to seeing you in the next few hours. Alright, cheerio everybody.